We are good to go. Or at least we should be. And today we should be doing the giveaway for the Hammerdin. So I'm looking forward to that part. That will also free up a space for a new character, which would be awesome. And I really need that. I need the socket quests. See if the chat works. Hopefully everything is working. Come on. It's always an issue with this. I don't get it. Why is it... why is it not showing up? It's so weird that it does that. I don't get it. I really don't. Hmm. This is not at all annoying. Okay. That's just not working today, huh? That is, what the hell? I don't get it. Why is it not showing the chat? Come on. Are we, what have I done wrong? I've done something wrong. I'll just leave it there for right now. I can't be bothered with that. Just, just leave it for a little bit. See if it doesn't want to work. It doesn't. All right. Just so I what I want to do. This is gonna be the one we're gonna give away today, and it's gonna be this full Hammerdin build. Which is all of course it's a non-ladder, so but it's the this is basically the build I was running last ladder, so for that reason once it swapped to non-ladder we are giving it away. But I'm gonna continue the grind a little bit. I have been jumping on and grinding an hour here, an hour there, back and forth. But I have been doing a bunch of other things lately, so I've not had that much time. Let's just see if it works. There we go. Finally. Finally it's working. Can't believe that had to be such a problem. But yeah, so got a sorceress up and running. By no means anything good gear wise. Just really random ass gear on. And we're gonna use her to grind a little bit of the standard gear. I have been finding a couple of things that I of course traded. And I went with Frozen Orb, which I usually go with Blizzard, to be honest. I just wanted to do something different for one. So I went Orb with Fireball instead, just to have 2 kinds of damage. In the beginning, it's really nice. yeah, this is just basically going to Andy and Mephisto.
Yes.
Yeah, I found a couple of items. Found a High Lord, Raven, and a demon, the String of Ears. What was it? Something else that I traded for a low ohm ist. And yeah, I traded some other things that I found, but I really haven't found a lot of good stuff in terms of my assassin build. Ever since getting the mosaics, the upgrades have been very, very slim.
It's locked. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna give away that Hammerdin a little bit later today. I'll write the names down on little pieces of paper, and I'll put it in a hat and literally just draw the paper, the names from the papers, and that way we'll figure out who wins the Hammerdin and who gets the bow. I should have my CTA sorted out on her, but I forgot to put it in the stash. Would just make it to my mercenary wouldn't die as often. Please be ethereal? No. Fuck.
It's locked.
Another pair of Titan. My second pair of Titans. Ooh. Just so. Most don't want to ID them. Last time they were shit. So shit I already gave them away.
Good day. I need mana.
Oh, I don't have my mercenary. Oh, just realized. Yo, Logan, what's up, man? Just found Titans, bro. For the second time. And honestly. That just sucks. Still not ethereal. Still haven't found a pair of ethereal. A little bit drunk. Hell yeah, bro. I've had like a couple of pairs that was not too good, but I haven't actually found a pair myself. Like I had
Thank you.
people give me free ones randomly. Wow. Ah damn, bro. I must admit my luck has I've had a little bit of luck, but my luck this season has really been bad. Holy crap. I've had better luck trading. That's where my luck comes from. Yeah, a little bit. Not so much right now. Like this is what I got right now on Battle.net, right? Um, a Poison Nova Necro, Nova Sorg, Hammerdin, uh, Lizard Sorg, PvP Bone Necro, a Dragon Den, a Trapson. Tesla then. Fire Sword. Hammerdin. Throwbarb. NATO Druid. Hit Circer. A Skelly, a Summoner. A Wolf. Whirlwind Barbarian. Javazon. Mosaic Assassin. A Cold Boazon. Wind Druid that's not built. And then the Hammerdin we're giving away today. And then I got the Mosaic Assassin on ladder right now, and the Swork ladder. Yes, exactly. I made that the season they stopped doing stuff. I made that one the season they stopped doing shit. When they stopped updating the game, I made this character. I was like mad as fuck, bro. Yeah, I got a couple of builds. And it's like most of them are pretty GG, to be honest. Yo, what's up, Night? Yeah. We are giving away this build today. This one that I used last season that I got my it was on this character last season. I got hey Matthias, what's up, bro? But yeah, this character that I got to 95 was the character I used last season. I just swapped the items. So last season it was a Hammerdin, right? And this is the items I was using basically. Not basically, this was the items I used to get to 95. So this build works perfectly fine in player's 8 settings, right? No, I have had a bunch of stuff I had to do, man. And it didn't give me enough space to where I wanted to start a stream for just like 1 hour. D2R could be so much better if they were to give us like fresh updates every season, new rune words, new like they did with Christmas, where there was the different events going on every day and stuff like that. And if they had like all, they could do so many things that wouldn't really take much effort on their part. Open up rune words so they can be put in different bases that they are not like they did with Infinity or with putting insight in a bow, for instance. That doesn't take much. How we all run that. We all want, man, if they made materials might actually be as good as Enigma in some way, that would be amazing. And I actually think they should, because you'll find Jar and Burr before you find that. You just started an offline character? You're doing P8 all the way to good luck, homie. That's gonna be tough. That's gonna be a toughie. It's doable, but it's just that's gonna be really rough. Now, I think he means like Tyrael's might and like the uniques that we have in the game that aren't, you know, like that nobody uses them, but they are super hard to get. You know what I mean? Like let's say griffins, for instance, right? Everybody wants the griffins, but nobody wants the what's it called? The the staff. God damn. I'm drawing a blank right now. An Archon staff, but it's what's the unique version of the Archon staff called? Maybe not +4 to skills, that might be a little... Mangsong's lesson, that's right, exactly. That's the one I was thinking of. That one, nobody wants it because it's useless, right? Like, who gives a fuck? I found 2 of those, right? And I found 4 Tyrael's might. I only ever found 1 Astrions on D2R. Only got only got 1 death web. I only got 1 what's it called? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. We're definitely doing the giveaway today. So whenever I'll wait a little bit, but a little bit later we'll do the giveaway, and then we'll give the Hammerdin away. We'll draw for it. See who gets it. Oh, we already got 2. I don't want to say. I can move. Oh my god. That was almost bad. Gotta get rid of that dude first. There we go. God damn, these mother.
Not enough mana.
Like plus, if we had, let's say we had +2, +2 to all skill like Enigma, 1 to teleport, and then just other useful things that aren't like Enigma. So you kind of have like a choice, and they both have benefits, right? That would be the nice way to go about it. If they could do it something like that, that would make a lot of sense too. Mm.
Hello.
Hey, Blast, what's up, bro? What's good? Man, I still really wish I could find like just something decent that is really needed for my either for my assassin. I would even take like something just for the Resork. Hell yeah.
I need mana.
Forgot to buy the most. Thanks.
It's locked.
Nothing really.
person.
Alrighty.
Greetings.
God damn it. I am a dumbass. Just the gold in.
The sisterhood welcomes you. Not here.
But yeah, super simple gear we're rocking. Wizard Spike, Smoke. Look, like this is so bad. Crafted Amulet, Spirit Monarch. Really not that great. Just enough to where we could max out all rests. And with the Sorg having that and 105 faster cast, the golden. Where the what happened here? It went from being wow. Yikes.
It's locked.
She is so glassy.
Good to see you.
It's incredible. Glassy but fast. That's what matters.
What
As
do
he
you
slaps the purples real fast. Mm. Yeah. Nice and easy to farm with a Sork. What in the bucky motherfucky? That was the weirdest thing. The teleporting was off for a second there.
Hello.
Yes?
Alrighty. Let's get our mercenary back. I just realized. Wait.
Greetings.
There we go. I should just go get that TA real quick.
I need a key.
I definitely need to get that CTA if I want to keep my mercenary alive, that's for sure. Holy shit, she dies immediately. Not the right kind of shaker. Nah, nah, nah. That is not good. Crown of Thieves? Yes. That would help. Tremendous.
I'll put that to good use.
There we go. Give her a little bit more
Greetings.
chance of staying alive there. All right. And I traded for a torch for the assassin as well. Shitty one though. But couldn't say no to that trade. Nope. Nope. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Stay a while and listen.
Not in town.
The order welcomes you.
Not in town. Mm-mm. Whoa. A whole, whole lot of damage.
It's locked. Incredible. Some incredible drops here. God damn. That's crazy.
Hello.
That is crazy. The no magic find probably doesn't help the situation here.
Hail to you, champion.
Maybe I need to grab my my geeds and whatnot. Do one more, and then we'll swap some gear. Because I don't think this is gonna do it. Mm. Mhm. Another not right, Shaco.
Greetings.
Yes?
No. It's like he was hitting harder and harder and harder, and then all of a sudden he found like a sweet spot. Uh, Time to swap some gear, because that is just not working in my favor. It's not working in my favor. So we'll take the helmet, ETA.
Good to see you.
go. Time to up the magic. No, 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 no. One more thing. One more thing. There we go. Now we're gonna up the magic find. Yes. Get some more life. All that stuff. Much better. We've done that from the start. Take them soul runes. Mm.
The Order welcomes you.
Come on, baby.
I can't carry anymore.
Mm. Damn, brother. It's not much
Stay a while and listen.
in terms of finding stuff. Well, that's decent. For now. Being a fan, don't really need that.
What do you need?
Hmm. Just chillin', and grinding. Mm. Ah, not this way. Hmm. Not much we are seeing in terms of charms. Anything useful right now. Nope. kind of nice to get unique. Oh, I would not mind that. Alrighty.
Good day.
Alrighty. Gladiator's Bane. I believe that's what you use for the immortal work. Hey, what's up, KY? How we doing? Gladiator's Bane, I was right. Good morning. Well, it is a little bit later in the day. Currently it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But good morning to you though. Yeah, I can. Um, I really do hope we get something super nice today. That would be awesome. Hmm.
Yes.
Rolling. We are rolling.
Hello.
Fucking awesome. I wish we would be rolling in high runes though. That would be even more awesome. Even more awesome. Still yet to find the first high rune. I've traded for some, but I haven't found one yet. Mm-hmm.
I need a key. It's locked.
Come on, baby. Oh. Nothing. Yeah.
Greetings.
At least it was 25k. That was about all that was good for. Oh, baby. real shitty. Terror zone's going down right now, must admit. Nope. God damn.
Good day.
The order welcomes you.
I think I should have been wearing that magic gear before when we got that yellow shaker. That would have been the time to be wearing it. God damn it. Not good. Not good at all.
It's locked.
He could have become a real problem. Hmm.
Hello.
What do you need?
Damn it. Damn it. Mm, 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 mm. Alrighty. That's the catacombs. Mm.
locked.
Ooh, that was beautiful.
It's locked.
Alright.
Good to see you.
See that ring then. Come on. Don't.
Yes?
And that was actually something we could use. Better rings. For sure. For both characters, honestly. The mosaic is decent, but still, man, it's just missing some key components. Enigma really being one of them. That's basically why I proceeded with doing the sword. Was I was thinking, well, I was hoping I was gonna get Enigma out of Chaos, basically, but Chaos have not been paying off this whole
It's locked.
ladder. It's been real slim pickings. Haven't even been able to get an Andes or anything useful. Was this not a right on?
I am overburdened. It's locked. It's locked.
Easy weasy.
Good morning.
Greetings.
Wow. The luck right now, the incredible luck we're having is outstanding. It's outstanding. Ooh, that could be an upgrade. Small charm. Definitely need more of those. Oh.
I need a key.
Ooh.
Stay a while and listen.
Way more potential here.
Hello.
No. No. Keep that. I do still wish you would get some crazy, some of that real crazy stuff. Oops. definitely not what I meant to do, but okay. Do that. Not much, man. Nothing much.
Good day.
What do you need?
Jesus Christ. I do really have a bad feeling about me not wearing the magic fang gear when we dropped that yellow shackle before. Ugh.
It's locked. I'm
Ooh.
overburdened.
Never know. With Andy. Never know. Come on, Mr.
Hello.
Deckard. Hey, what up, Mac? How we doing? A new Ravenfrost. Well, since I traded the last one. That wasn't too bad. It's not good, but it's not too bad either. What are you up to, Mac? What you got going on? Just chilling. Me too, man. Enjoying a Sunday. Chill for a moment. real. Oh. That just terrible all over the place right there. Man, I've been going at it, but I have not found anything worth talking about at all. I am, however, level 94 on the assassin already.
Good to see you.
But it's just, I'm getting to that point. If you don't have Enigma now, it's not that fun. As I need to do the Terror Zones in order to get more XP. And Terror Zones with no Enigma. No bueno. So hard getting used to playing on PC again. Oh my goodness. Damn, brother. Not much to offer. They could be good. They could be good. Ooh, yellow ring. Spiderweb stash could have been unique. Would not complain about that. Come on, baby.
Hello.
Good day.
That is definitely not going in any clip anytime soon, that's for sure. Holy shit, what bad. That would have been nice though if that had been too passive at level 30. They would have been kind of nice. The gloves, but man, one skill. Level 37. Not good. Was that one doll? Holy shit. Fireball does come in handy from time to time. I'm not gonna. Hmm.
I need a key.
Ah, nothing. Let me just check. Think we're gonna do the giveaway, boys. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be right back. Let me I'll just put on a video real quick. Where's the video where I was fucking wait, that's the one. Just in case it swaps over to some crazy. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be back and we'll do the giveaway. shit, sorry. There we go. Just wondering what the fuck. Something wrong, but there we go. Alright. I got my now. Go to video. Hey Toro, what's up, man? Let's go to the video real quick and then check the comment. Do 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 do. Get see this pen. Should be good. Yeah. Okay, maybe not. About this one. That's awesome. Write the names on some pieces of paper here. 1 second. That's Matthias, right? Okay. And then we have Collier. Don't know if I'm saying that right. Sorry if I'm not. Okay, and we have somebody else. Stroke man. Was nobody else? God, I don't know if you want to take part in the giveaway. I did ask you. You never answered, so I'm taking it as you did not. So that's only 3 people. Hey Warren, what's up, brother? How we doing? How are we doing? Just pull out these paper here. Yeah, Warren, I'm playing on PC currently. So well, I play on PSN as well. It's not that I only play on, but I started playing a lot more on PC. That's for sure. There we go. Okay, I put the 3 names on paper here. Let me just rip them out. Long time no see. Well, I've been on the game. I haven't quit the game. Oh, you've been off on Star Trek. I see. I got you. Nah, I've been on and off for the most part. I played a little bit of GTA because a bunch of new stuff came out. Played a little bit of PoE. Never played that before, so I really wanted to try that out. Got that tried out. I'm still working on building that up. And Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Warren, I remember. I didn't forget, man. You, me, Flawless, Nico, and what was his name? Forget his name now. Jimbo? Was that his name? And there was another guy too. Oh yeah, that was good times, man. Good fucking times. This season I haven't ran with anybody. I actually been doing solo this whole season. Adam, that's right, Adam. Oh shit, that's right. I played a lot with Adam. Holy shit. Okay, let's put the names in the hat here. Close the hat up and shake it around real good so they get flipped around. I won't know which one gets it. Oh, there we go. Okay, okay. There's gonna be one loser. There's no way around this, boys. There's gonna be one loser, and that's just how it's gotta be. But let's see who's the first person. Okay. Who's gonna win the Hammerdin? Stoke. God damn. Lucky bastard. Lucky bastard. Okay, let's see who wins the mist bow. Hey, Matthias. Man, who was the last guy? Julio, I'm sorry, buddy. Hey, that was literally the odds was in your favor to win. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so Stoke, you won the freaking Hammerdin. GG. Just write on the back of your name here, Hammerdin. That way I don't forget that you're the one who won that. I don't know if you are on PC or you're on PlayStation, but doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. I'll hit you up in the comments. Matthias gets the mist bell. Damn, that shit is almost perfect roll too. GG boys. GG, congratulations with the gear. Holy shit. Look at that. That's crazy. So Stoke, sadly, Coulior is the big loser in this one, and I'm really sorry. But don't worry, man. There'll be a new giveaway. At the latest time would be next season, right? So when we get the new season, and these two characters go non-ladder, then at least we'll do a giveaway on that. But I think I might do a giveaway even before that, and we'll do a smiter, I think. Since there's a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff. For sure, man. I'll catch you later. You are always welcome to come by, Warren, man. No problem, man. But yeah, hell yeah, I appreciate you coming by and saying hi. This is awesome. And we're definitely gonna catch up at some point and play a little bit again. It's been a minute. I always be on PlayStation if I don't have like a ton of time, because I can just like walk away from it and come straight back to it. I don't feel bad about leaving it on and shit. So that's usually. Hell yeah, man. For sure. For sure. I think we're gonna do some PoE one of these days in the near future again. I want to play a little bit more PoE. I've been playing it a little bit off stream, just here and there, but damn, really, really good. I don't know if it's just because everything feels so fresh and new that that's one of the parts that makes it feel so much like are so good. But it's definitely up there among my favorites right now. I haven't played Last Epoch yet. I did a poll asking if I should play it, but it seemed like everybody wanted to see D2 more so than anything else. So I'm gonna try to keep the other stuff to a minimum and then focus mostly on D2. But I promise I'm gonna be playing some PoE in the off hours, that's for sure. I made a cup of coffee. Oh, yes, sir. Let me just grab that. Oh,
Yes.
name, ID.
Greetings.
Yeah, Toro, I'm currently using a different build right now, right? I'm not on the assassin. Hey, Matthias, we did the giveaway draft, and I'm really sad to say, brother, you didn't get the Hammerdin, but it's not all bad news. You got the misbow. Since I wanted to give that away anyways, I took a second second pick after I picked the first name. I picked between the last two, so it was kind of 50-50 between you and Cleor. But I can easily give you the misbow. I'll just jump on PlayStation for a minute and invite you. Ow. Okay. After 8 o'clock today? Yeah, for sure, man. 100%. I got you. No worries. I don't think we had bow. Whoops. Shit, that's my bad. Alone with the kids. Uh-oh. Time to bribe them.
Hello.
Here kids, I'll give you 50. You can go leave me alone 2 hours. And I didn't put up a... Jesus, that's so dumb. I am dumb, 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 dumb. Depending on age, then no. 100%. Well, if they're 14 and 15, they better be out there fucking helping. But I can see it if they're 4 and 3, it's a different issue. Then you have to be out there helping them all the time. Oh, yeah, I get that. $11, $8, and 1.5. Yeah, okay. The old one can at least... You should be able to bribe the old one to help with the other two. Ariola should be a lot easier to do.
Your champion.
Once they get to that age, they start being a little bit more self-sufficient. They don't need their mama or daddy constantly. It's a little bit less work, but more observing at that point. Hell yeah. Tiny Terra. And when they're that small, man, you have to be 100% over them constantly. They'd be having the fingers everywhere they're not supposed to. They'd be having like endless energy while they're awake. The second they start getting tired, they become crazy. Slightly depressed, to be honest. Bunch, really? Yeah. Is it all boys or is it mixed or all girls? That kind of makes a lot of difference too. So if it's all boys, dang, there's some work to, there's some energy to be spent there. Oh shit! The with boys, all the energy has to be that they have to spend is from the like 7 to the like 14, and then from that point forward, their energy level start to go way down. Right? They don't want to do shit no more. Fucking girls is opposite. When they get to 14, 15, that's when you're gonna spend all your energy making sure they're not fucking everything up. Wait a minute. It would be right next to the waypoint. That would make the most sense. I just love teleporting the whole map and then coming back to store it just to see. Oh, it's right here. Lovely. Hmm.
It's locked.
Damn. King making. How's the assassin coming along? Oh, bro. That's why I made a sork. My luck this season has not been good. So I traded for an ohm and low and an ist for some of this like random shit. And that's all the high runes I've seen so far. Is the ones that I traded for. I thought my assassin was gonna bring in at least like 3 or 4 high runes. That was my hope from doing chaos runs and whatnot. But that has not come through whatsoever. So I decided the other day to, since I already had the stork started, since it was like level 10 or something like that. I decided why don't I just level her up, so at least I can do a little bit of Andy and Mephisto at a decent speed. That way I might actually be able to get a couple of the things that I really need, like Shaco or something like that. Arachnid Smash. You know what I mean? Those easy to find items, or not easy to find. That might, but easier. Right. But it's not. I just haven't had any really good luck. Like I was like, oh my god, this is exactly what I need. That dropped right there. Tells the whole story. Right, but it's so different from season to season. One season I'll start out, I'll get high rune day 1 already. Just keep them coming, and then other times won't see them all season. So it's a little up and down.
Stay a while and listen.
Good day.
Yes, you into politics? Like you follow Danish politics? I try not to, because it really fuck me, bro. That shit is. If you ever watched the the TV program on TV2, no, what the, I don't remember exactly what. The online part, the Netflix version of TV2. They have something called Minkavlerne, and that's what Danish politics mean. That literally that show is just what it reminds me of. Danish politics. They are so stupid. It hurts my head. And they're supposed to be educated. It's just like, hold on, how did you make it through? You can barely speak speak the language. Yeah, TV2 Play, yeah, exactly. That's what it's called. I don't know why I wanted to call it Zulu for a second there. It's just, that's what it used to be called, I think. That shit is hilarious, but the way they are, like I don't know how to explain it. Oh shit, bro. That whole show is fucking ridiculous. But it's just the way they act, like the way they, not the way they act, cause they're actually actors. But you know what I mean? Like the way they are towards each other. Like it reminds me of that other movie with Mads Mikkelsen. the crazy one.
Hail to you, champion.
Ah. Right on, right on. Oh yeah. But it just like, the way they are around each other, it's just they like slightly crazy, right? That makes sense. No, not the newer one. It's a way newer one. Give me 2 seconds. Uh, it's called Men Hunts. That's the name. That's what the Danish politics reminds me of. Like, that their IQ level is on their fucking. It's it's on their level, bro. I get annoyed, and I. Yeah. That one, that one. That's Danish politics for you right there. Doesn't matter which party at all. It's just all of them. They're like that. Fucking crazy people that somehow was educated, never listened for 1 second in school. No, no, not that one. That one is a good movie. That's actually a really, really good story. I believe they made it with English subtitles and everything. It's been going around out there. A lot of people like that one. No. The other one where they're fucking, where they're all brothers and they all completely. I can't say that, but they are like not fully there up top, if you know what I mean. That's what the Danish politicians remind me of. It's like that those type of people. It's not like fully, you know, 100% there. Sometimes, bro, it doesn't. Like, for me, it's like 99% of the times I listen to any Danish politician, I'm like, and it doesn't. As I said, it does not exactly that part. That part. Uh, bro, they are just. I don't get it. It's like they are walking around with their eyes closed and holding their hands over the ears and just like talking without ever seeing what's going on around them or anything, and promising, just promising everything that sounds good, and then whenever it comes to whenever it comes to getting the votes and whatnot, and them coming through on their promises, it just never happens. Never freaking happens. I don't remember exactly the time, but it's been years now. I'm pretty sure it's been years ago that we should have paid off that fucking bridge to Copenhagen or to Sjælland. And it's now it's, as my buddy Amir was talking about, now it's a workplace. So it's no longer a question about if we paid it off or not. It's now it's a work, it's a space, it's a place that, where people they earn money and they work on a daily basis. So now it has to make money every year. Now it can't be free anymore. So if it's not making money every year, then how would people be keep? Honest, bro, that dude lied so fucking much about that whole Iraq war and the Afghanistan war and all that bullshit. Cost us millions and millions and millions in money, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of lives, and all for what? Because somebody said they wanted to go to war? Jesus Christ. You know, we have Grundloven, which is basically like the American Constitution, right? And if you look up when it comes to war, we can't actually, it's not allowed for us to start a war or to attack another country if we were to follow the law. But yeah, so that's kind of crazy. I can't remember exactly what New was. There was something about him too. He did something crazy too. I want to say it was something with like taxes or some shit. I don't remember exactly what it was he did, but he did something completely insane too. Bro, all of them. It doesn't matter. That's the craziest part is, and it's like worldwide, actually, right? It's not Danish only. It's worldwide. Like politicians, it doesn't matter which side they claim or say they are on. Doesn't matter. They can be blue or red. Doesn't matter. Left or right. Doesn't matter. They all play within the same rule set, with the same end goal in mind and the same agenda. So it doesn't matter who. It's a, what's it called? The illusion of choice. That's what politics are. The illusion that we as people have a choice in what goes on in our beautiful little country. Because in the end, it's all comes down to money. That's all that matters. Is it profitable? Is it not? And we still haven't learned our lesson. The craziest part. We still every year, not every year, but every 4 years go to vote. We want to be in power. For what reason? I've been asking myself that lately, and I really don't. I'm not quite sure why I even bother voting. Honestly, I might be better off not voting to really show that you're not supporting. Wasn't it in Holland? I believe it's in Holland. A couple of years ago, there was not enough people that came out to vote, so they couldn't actually put in a government or anything because people did not want to go vote for a bunch of people that there was no real choice. It was, as I said, the illusion. Fucks. Yeah, Germany, it's the same, brother. Tora, it's bad, or it's the whole world. name a country. This is the craziest part. Name a country in the world that does not have greedy politicians that only look out for business and self-profit. Yeah, Matthias, you're right. We are stupid because we are falling for it again and again, and nobody really stands up and changes. Super sad. I wish I could do something about that. I really would. Fire all the old ass people. And mind you, I'm old too, so I wouldn't put myself in charge. I would fire all them old ass, dumbass motherfuckers who are stuck in their ways, and then make sure it's a bunch of young people controlling that are willing to change and are, you know what I mean? I never understood that. Why is it always old people in charge of the country? I get that there should be some advisors and stuff, but for the main part, I think it's the young people in charge of what direction the country goes. Another pair? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me now? That's pair number 3. And they're still not ethereal. Jesus Christ. Yeah, in Germany, I lived there for 3 years.
Yes?
And as you said, Toro, it's the same shit, bro. It's a bunch of fucking... Politicians is basically actors, right? They have a script. They always read from the script. Pay attention to it. They never speak from the heart. They read what their press people have written for them. Which is disgusting, because then you're never really truthful. Then you're just acting. For sure, man. Hit me up later, Matthias, if you're on, and I'll drop you that bow that you want. And then just let me know. Just send me a message. Hell yeah. Go cook some dinner for the kiddos.
I need a key.
I will say one thing about Germany though, Toro, which is kind of actually not a lot of places in the world that have that, which you guys do have. Do you know how many politicians are currently in jail for being corrupt in Germany? Because there's quite a bit, and a lot more than you would think. So they do have punishment for people in power, which we do not. In Denmark, it's kind of the wild, wild west when it comes to shit like that. And our prime minister, over the past they've all been found guilty, you could say, in corruption in some kind of way. We had a female, her husband, and his family is wanted for cheating the tax company, I think it was in England, for billions of pounds. And she's married to the man who's on the Interpol most wanted list or some shit. It's not just bad, but I wish politicians would remember the first priority is to serve the people. Bro, that was the idea, you could say, where it's the illusion of politics, right? Because I don't know if I haven't studied politics or anything. Don't get me. I don't think I'm a professional or anything like that. But you know, where politics comes from, Toro? Like what we have, the type of politics we have is called democracy, right? And you know who invented democracy?
Yes.
What do you need?
I'll just to answer my own question real quick. In Germany, you have like between 4 and 5,000 politicians that's currently in jail, if I remember correctly. It's around that number. And that's a lot of people. If you ask me, that's quite a lot of people. Especially when in Denmark, we don't have any politicians in jail currently. And as I said, our female prime minister, her husband was a wanted criminal, basically. Then we had another prime minister that was called Lars, and he got caught getting money under the table, basically, from different companies and different kinds of deal. So what they would do, they would pay like private planes and vacations for him and his family and shit, or buy him like a fucking $10,000, $20,000 suit or something else crazy and just give it to him, right? And no, that's not corruption at all. It's so wild. Right, exactly. The Greek society invented what we know as democracy. But who was the first person to speak against the democracy? That was Socrates. And what happened to him? So democracy was meant to be free speech, where the common folk, everybody, so everybody could say what they had on their mind and nobody would get beheaded or anything, right? But Socrates spoke up against this idea of democracy, and they killed him for it. So that's what happens if you basically speak against the system in place. Chances of you surviving that is slim to none, especially if you do it in a certain way. Then, oh, bro, you might not live to see tomorrow. And it's still like that today. You say the wrong shit in the wrong fucking area, like, yeah, don't speak out of term when it comes to stuff like that. Because politicians are the biggest gangsters in the world, man. I'm not sure what he wanted in terms of system. I just know he was speaking against it and they killed him for it. That's the part I know. Like, the first person to ever speak against the democracy, which were free speech, got killed for it. So it wasn't really free speech, right? Because he was saying shit that they did not like. So for that reason, they had to off him real quick. It's just wild that we have that same system in place today, and nobody is questioning anything. It's just we all just accepting it. We're basically living in a ancient society still, right? Like, because we haven't moved past what they put in place for us. We haven't come up with a better solution. Well, that's not true. That is actually not true, what I'm saying. There's been plenty of people who came up with better solutions, but we have never implemented any of the solutions that people came up with. Absolutely insane. But it's because it benefits the ruling class, right?
Hello.
You into books? You like reading books, Tora?
Good day.
I have 2 books for you. You've got to read. You never read them before. They are freaking great. One is called Bloodlines, and the other one is called The Sixth Extinction. Oh my goodness, bro. Those two. Right. But that's basically what we got today, right? If you think about what our system today, we call it democracy, right? And we say that we vote for the politicians, and then the politicians serve the people. But it's really not a democracy anymore. It's call it a plutocracy. Plutocracy? I think that's the English. I know the Danish word for it. I think that's how you say it in English. Which is a ruling class chooses what happens, right? So, for instance, if a guy like Elon Musk puts his support behind a certain person and helps them run for president, chances are they'll become president because he has enough money to where he can buy up all the TV time, he can buy up everything, get all the commercial, change the heart of the people to vote for this specific person just from the TV and like general public, the way they can like change. How do I explain that? Like manipulate the numbers that way. Because if you hear something over and over and over and over and over 150 fucking thousand times, then chances are you might actually listen to it, right? Oh shit, I kind of forget that you don't play, that you never really played Diablo 2. So, the reason I'm on this character currently is because this character has the skill called Teleport. And Teleport is, to be honest, the most overpowered thing in the game. Just in terms of movement skills. But for example, nowadays the Minister of Health doesn't even have to know exactly much of health issues, so it doesn't make. Bro, it's even worse than that, right? Honestly, think about this: the Minister of Health in almost every country is an overweight, out of shape, old person. And not to be any kind of mean towards any people or anything. But what I'm saying, if you're the Minister of Health, you should be the healthiest person in the country, technically, right? Like, your fucking lifestyle should reflect your position, if that makes sense. How can you let somebody be the Minister of Health when they themselves don't live a healthy lifestyle and are living really unhealthy? It makes no fucking sense. Yes! Beautiful. An essence. Ah. But it's really just a tool to keep people in place. That's what it is. That's what politics are. It's a tool to keep us obedient. And so we don't revolt against the way the way the system is built. Clever. Don't get me wrong. It's really, really, really fucking clever the way they made that. Yep, I would say everything. It's prestige. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you know who the richest people in the world are? The absolute number one richest people in the world. Not talking about a country, not because ain't no country in the world as rich as this family. There is a family that are the richest people in the world. We look at Elon Musk and we say, oh, Elon Musk is the richest person in the world. Yeah, right. But that's really doesn't explain who the richest people are. Because the richest people, they have the wealth is like
It's locked.
it's how do you say that? It's not a single person who owns the wealth, if that makes sense. It's spread out across multiple generational. But it's really simple. The richest people in the world are the same people who invented the paper money system. Right? So the people who invented the system benefited the most from it. So is it really a system that's made for the people, or is it a system made for the people who made the system? That's some Inception shit right there. It doesn't really make any sense that some people are so rich that they wouldn't be able to spend that money over 10 lifetimes, yet they don't have to give it away to the people who have absolutely nothing. What kind of system? Oh, homie, I tell you right now, There is a couple of families out of Germany that benefited a lot from the Second World War. A lot of them changed their names now, right? So they don't, and that's what happens is when you make enough money in a way that's maybe not the most, what should we call it? Is in a way where you don't really want it to be known how you make your money. And changing your name and staying basically keeping low for a generation or two, then everybody forgot about it, right? Don't get me wrong. There's certainly also there's people, but people who made the paper money system is spread out over the whole world. They have their own bank.
I need a key.
There's one of those banks in every fucking country in the world, except for North Korea and China. I believe that's the only two places that doesn't have one of those banks, which is great. Even Germany. And Germany had to give up all their gold, right, after Second World War. All your guys' gold are stuck in Fort Knox, I believe. Which is crazy. The paper money really has no value, right? It's a piece of paper.
Good to see you.
Well, true, that would. No, they shouldn't have much income, and on top of that, they should have practical experience in whatever field they want to become politicians in. So, if you want to be the Minister of Health, you have to have health experience. You have to be a healthy person. You want to be the Minister of Banking, you have to have proven that you have a good understanding of money and how to handle that without ever having any problems, right? Like being corrupt in any kind of way or anything like that. You want to be the Minister of Traffic, then you have to be, like you have to have high experience when it comes to traffic, like being a truck driver, for instance, stuff like that, right? You'd have to have certain skill sets in order to even qualify for that job. It's not just what you say, you have to have the physical, because you can say so much, but if you don't have the experience in the area which you're talking about, then all your ideas might sound good, but will they ever work in practice? No, probably not. Whereas a guy who had 20 years experience in that area, he would immediately say, no, that's not going to work. You know what I mean? Yeah, you guys made some money on weapons and shit, but it's not what you're most known for, right? I would say the most known German things are tools cars and let me think. Tools, cars, and what's another thing that Germans just like, are the like superior creators are? There's something else. I can't put my finger on it right now, but you guys make like some of the highest quality cars, for sure. Like bar none. There's not even a discussion about that. Everybody who's a little bit of a car head knows that. German is quality. Tools, you guys are fucking insane. You guys make some of the best tools in the world by a mile. But American, like I would say the American income is mostly off of weapons, right? Like that's their main, or not the main income, but that's one of the main incomes in America is weapons and drugs. And when I say drugs, I mean the pharmaceutical kind. Those two things bring in so much wealth every year. It's crazy. Right, they build tanks. Right, of course. But I'm just saying, like, nowadays, that's what, if if I think Germany, I'm thinking Mercedes, BMW, Audi. I'm thinking Bose, like electronics, right? I'm thinking stuff like tools like Bosch and like, you know what I mean? I think football, 100%. You guys got one of the greatest football teams ever, and it's consistent as fuck. There's like a certain set of things that you guys just do incredibly well, where everybody else is trying to be on par with you guys, if that makes sense. We have a little bit of that when it comes to mostly our furniture in Denmark. I believe that's what we're mostly known for. For the like if we look worldwide, if we're looking in Europe, then probably bacon is another thing that we're pretty famous for, I think. But yeah, it's mostly, if I remember, it's mostly furniture people look for when it comes to Denmark.
I need a key.
Designers, we have some pretty famous designers that made some kind of crazy shit around the world. The Opera House in Sydney is made by a Danish designer. Not made, like he wasn't the one putting in the bricks, but you know what I'm saying, like drawn by him. Danish licorice, that is true. That's another thing we are, but we are not well famous for that, because if you really want the best licorice, it's Finland. Finland, they are famous for licorice. Like, well famous for that. I'm personally not a fan. Licorice and me, if I have to do licorice, it has to be the super extreme salmiak salted, burn your mouth salty type deal. It's the only kind of licorice I can do. It reminds me of spicy food. That's why I like it. But regular sweet licorice or like just regular salty licorice, no, can't do it. Chocolate and licorice, absolutely not. Love chocolate, but no licorice. For me, it has to be the saltiest of salty, where people are like, they look at you like, what in the hell is this? How can you even eat it? Oh, another thing we are famous for that I actually just, which is probably maybe even the thing we are most famous for nowadays. Food, of course. Like just restaurant. We have Noma in Copenhagen, which has been voted the best restaurant in the world a couple of, like, I can't remember how many years it was, 5 years in a row or something. Hmm. Not Bobbies. That's not Ali Bobbies. Would have been kind of nice to get. Halabavas would have been awesome. The current situation right here.
Yes?
Let me quickly explain this teleport part to you. So this skill right here, teleport, instantly move to a different destination within your line of sight. So when I press my teleport button wherever my cursor is I'm just gonna disappear and reappear right there. And what's really, really, really almost broken about this skill is normally when if I wanted to go in here and then go to the next room and the next room, I have to walk through the doorways to get to them, right? But with teleport, I can teleport straight through it. So now I can find wherever I'm going extremely fast compared to having to run through everything. And maybe like run the wrong way and now I have to run back in order to.
It's locked.
You could it's kind of like the dash, but if dash were able to go through walls as well, right? That would be the same. Seems very good, especially because there are that.
Hello.
It's the best. It's the one skill that everybody tries to get to, basically, right? There's very, very, very few. Even though, so with the sorceress, it's an inherent skill under my skill tree. Which means that I can put a point into it once I'm level 18, I believe. I can put a point into it, and then I can start teleporting from that point forward. Yeah. I only have, it says base is 1, so it only has 1 point in it, but the skills off of the gear. 2 skills, +2 to all skills, +1 to all skills, +1 to all skills, +1 to all skills. They all, and then this one, the CTA gives me the battle order skill, which the battle order is actually a barbarian skill that normally barbarians do. It's not a sorcerer skill. The reason I can use it is because the weapon provides +5 to battle command, +3 to battle order, +1 to battle cry. Now those can roll. The perfect roll would have been 6, 6, 4, which is this is mid roll. It's not super good. But when you don't have it, it's really nice. It's having a mid roll compared to not having it is night and day. Because it gives me +1 to all skills. And if you look at my health right now, my health is 882. And if I roll myself, now I have 1300. And my mana went up from like 300 to 600. So it gave me almost double the amount of life, right? But yeah, so with the other builds, my assassin build right here, what I'm currently looking for is I need these runes. I need these 3 runes right here: Jar, Ith, and Burr. And I need a 3-socket armor like this one, gray one. And then I put these 3 runes into an armor like that, and it makes a new rune word. It makes the Enigma rune word, and the Enigma rune word has +1 to teleport. So now, instead of being a sorceress and having teleport, now I get +1 to teleport. I have it as I can use it as if I was a Sorg, which makes the builds that aren't Sorgs move a lot faster around, right? Like, because you can teleport with them. And for certain builds, like my Mosaic, which this is like my non-ladder, like non-seasonal one I have, right? So this one is a lot better looking than the other. But this one, without it, it's still one of the best builds in the game. But with the Enigma, it's just night and day how fast you can clear content. So with my current assassin on ladder, I don't have the Enigma, so I have to run around everywhere. I can't teleport. It takes forever. So, but she's level 94 and 99 is max, right? So she's not far off getting there. Getting there slowly but surely. Sorceress is currently level 87, and with shitty gear she can still clear. Why no belt? No. I have a belt, homie. It's just it's black, so it's you didn't pay it. You didn't see it. Look, there is a belt. It's called Arachnid Smash, which is the best belt in the game technically, because it's the only belt that gives you +1 to all skills. And this one also gives you a faster cast rate. So it's basically the most used belt for almost any build you want to build. There's a couple of builds that don't use it, but a lot do. When I don't hover over it, it's nearly invisible, right? You can barely see it's there because it's black. But if I take it off and I put it in a place where, like in the stash, it'll be a lot more visible. Like that. Because now you can see it's gray behind it. So when I put it on, now it's obvious. But if you're new and you're not like super familiar with the game, then that's I get why that was invisible. Yeah, we're looking basically to see if we can make a pair of these that craft it, and then we want to find 2 FCR rings, something kind of like these. Preferably if we can find one like this that has plus 20 strength, and another one that has plus 20 dex with 30 plus life and something else on it, that would be perfect. We could take the res, all res as well, but it's not nearly as important as life and stats are. And then we need to get a hold of a circlet kind of like this, and I found one that I'm gonna trade for her, so I'm just waiting for that guy to get on. Once he gets on, we get that for her, and she's getting 2 extra skills from that, plus she's getting a couple other things that is much needed for right now. And then we have to craft an amulet of some kind. Is light radius good? Well, not really. It doesn't really matter. Once you have Enigma, that's when the light radius becomes obsolete, right? Because you can move through everything and go super fast. Yeah, and we don't need these, but it would be nice to get a pair of these on instead of currently we're using these core riders. They're still nice though. They're not bad. They're more for Uber runs. Shit. And we need to get one of these, an infinity, but that takes another one or 2 of those burr runes, and those aren't easy to come by. Basically what this one does is if you see the second line, it says level 12 conviction aura when equipped, and what we're going to do with this is we're going to put it on our mercenary, and that's going to equip him with the conviction aura, and the conviction aura is going to, it's a paladin aura. This one has the meditation aura, which gives us mana, so it regenerates our mana. So it says mana regen 6%, right? We go here, and now we get the aura as well from him. Now we have 706% mana regeneration. So that aura from him just gave us 700% mana regeneration, and that's what the mercenary is for. So we equip this when we're doing players 8 content, and that way he has the conviction aura instead, which you can see if I equipped it on him. Go out here and you look at the character here, he get a green aura instead. Now he has this green aura underneath him, which is gonna, this aura, he'll put that on all the enemies that's around him, and that takes down their defense, and it takes down their resistances, all resistance. Hell yeah, nice. That's awesome. This one uses the conviction aura. I have the conviction aura underneath myself. Now this one is level 24. The other one on the spear that I put on my mercenary only has a level 12. So this one takes down their defenses by 92% and 145% minus all resistance. So it's basically half that, right? So it's like 45% down on the defense and like 70% down on the resistance. something like that. But that's a lot for a build that already has the most powerful elemental attacks in the game, right? This aura is wild, bro. This aura is crazy. It's one of the best auras in the game, right? So this one, there's certain auras that are just absolutely the best. They all come from the paladin, right? So it's always either or offensive or defensive auras, right? So for the offensive auras, conviction is insane. Fanaticism, this one is absolutely insane too. And this is just at base level, right? Or it's level 8, but I haven't put any more than 1 point into it. And there's another thing with this game that is not super obvious, right? But if I hover over this, blessed hammers, right? At the very bottom it says, blessed hammers receive bonuses from blessed aim and vigor, plus 14% magic damage per level, right? So if we go over here, this is called vigor. So if I max this out with 20 points, the 20 hard points then transfers the 20 points into like 20x14, so that's 140% extra damage from filling out the vigor aura on this attack. And that goes for everything, right? Everything basically has some kind of synergy, is what we call it. But yeah, so this aura is insane. Concentration is also a really, really good aura. It's just giving you raw damage increased, right? Which is insane on certain builds. So you get one of these, max it out, and you can do a lot of damage. But with this, for instance, this specific build that I'm using right now, if you notice, my mercenary has the green aura, that one right there, which is cleansing. And cleansing, what that does is remove the curses, it removes poison and frozen and all these negative things, right? So that's what my mercenary provides me. Provides me with that, plus he's like super geared out for killing bosses and shit like that. He'll really just do a lot of damage. And then I am currently wearing, you can see the green aura, and I have the yellow circle aura, and I have the white lightning aura. So all those 3 auras is active on me constantly, all the time. And the way that works, because I can only physically put 1 aura on, right? But once I'm next to my mercenary, I get the green aura as well, because that transfers from him to me. And now I have 4 auras underneath me active all at once. So I get the cleansing, which is cleaning me from all the corrosion, poison, all that shit. I have the might aura, which is the yellow circle. And might gives you damage increased by percentages, and that one is, if we go to the gear, it's coming off of this rune word right here, and it's a level 17 might aura. And then on top of that, I had the no mana reserve. That's not a thing here. But this whole build is kind of insane, right? Because so these 2 is the same rune word, right? You can see it's called Dream and Dream. They go together. So you have one in the helmet and a shield, and these 2 provide me with the white aura, the lightning aura, which is called Holy Shock. And you can see there's a level 15 Holy Shock on that one and a level 15 on this one. Those 2 stack together, so now it's a level 30 underneath me. And the Holy Shock aura, when we go to the tree, is this one down here. So it does AoE damage to nearby enemies. Now this is only at level 1, it'll do 1 to 200 damage, right? to my attack. So when I walk up and hit them, and it'll do 1 to 84 damage as in a 4-yard radius around me. But when I have it on like this, it's currently level 30. And if we go to this one, I haven't put one in here, but if you look at the very bottom, it says Holy Shock receive bonuses from Lightning Resist and Salvation, which is these 2 defensive auras. So of course I maxed these 2 out, because these 2 gives the helmet and the shield more damage on the Holy Shock aura that it already has on, because it's the synergy. Now that since that is lightning damage and that's an elemental damage, so I combine that with the Conviction aura, which takes down their defenses and their resistances, and now I have a combination that is just absolutely got to. It's gonna look crazy because it's on players 1. We need this one. No, not that one. This one. Yeah. But okay, so now what's happening here is it's level 30, that Holy Shock aura. It's actually higher. But we'll just say that it's level 30. So the radius around me is gone from 4 yards, which would be like this, something like this, to like 200 yards, something like that. So now it's like the full screen. And it's just doing a lot more damage, right, because of the synergy. Mind you, I have an attack which I can walk up and actually hit them with. But as you can see,
I need a key.
kinda hard to get to hit anything. And mind you, we do have, of course we still have teleport. So we can now just move around. And everything just dies in our vicinity. The +1 to all skill is very good. But it's wait, in PoE there is a similar skill. Oh, I read that one, yeah. You see how this is Act 5 on the hardest difficulty. That's what we would call an AFK build, right? Because you don't have to actually do anything, you just have to walk around. And then every now and then you'll meet a boss that's strong enough to where you could take a couple more than one tick. And then you'll have to hit him with this sacrifice. Or with the seal, which does basically 8k damage. And it has 5 hits, which is ridiculous. So it goes really, really fast. Get to hit something. seems fair and balanced. Well, it seems really good right now, but the thing is that there's one thing here you're not thinking about. This is only players 1. If I go into a players 8 game, it's a whole different story. Then it goes from being crazy looking to being really slow. But in terms of being a melee build, this is probably the best melee build currently in the game. There is a similar build to this, which is with fire instead of with lightning. Give me a second. Let me just catch up on what you were saying. Oh, right. You can add, right, but that's only for the paladin, technically, you could say. For the other builds, you can't add points into a aura because they don't have auras. It's just because the paladin is the one build that has a lot of the rune words and a lot of the items carry certain skill or things from other builds. So you are able to use that on a build that you're not meant to do it on, if that makes sense. That's been added over time. What's a good example? Let me think. Or maybe the greatest example, actually. Seems fair and balanced. Well, I'm saying that you should well, it does require you to be in melee range if the enemies are strong enough, right? But if they're not strong enough, then they die instantly. Alright, so this build is a shape-shifting build. And this is probably one of the closest to perfect builds I have, where everything is just ridiculously like close to being perfect. This one is perfect, right? Like 200 ED is perfect. This one is a little bit off. This one is 2 resistance off. These are like a little bit ED off. The rest of the stats are rolled perfect. These are rolled perfect. They are just a tiny bit off on defense. This one is 1 off. So all of it is like nearly perfect here, right? Like the whole way around. But this is slow as fuck. Because it doesn't have the Enigma. Because it can't teleport once it's in shapeshifter. So I have this instead. Which is, it has the level 10 vigor aura. And if you look at my movement speed right now, and then look now when I put the bow on, you can see how much faster I'm running. So he benefits from a paladin skill as well, right? Alongside with my mercenary, which has this one that gives me the concentration aura. A concentration aura was the raw damage, like 100% at level 8 or 120% at level 8, I think. And this one has a level 18. So this basically gives me like 200-ish %, I'm not sure exactly. And then on top of that, he has this might aura, which gives me 200%. So that's another 400% of damage just from those 2 things, which is also auras from the paladin. So now he has 3 auras that he uses, but he has a skill, which is this one, which will transfer him from this character into an animal. So if I use that, I become a wolf. So now I'm not, like, you see how it's no longer the regular character model running around. It's now a wolf, and he has a bear mechanic too, so you can turn into a bear. But the wolf is like the crazier one, I think, personally. And this gives me like a ton of fucking health, right? rage. And then of course I can make like animals. So I have these little minions with me. But you'll see the difference in how slow he actually moves. This is the fastest he'll run, like absolute fastest. But comparing this to the other paladin, right? 3.7k health. Look at the health now. Now it's 5.6k. So yeah, I have a lot of health. And it's basically impossible to die with him. Right? Like he can't die. He can die, but it's nearly impossible. Doing with this setup specifically, I'm doing 12k damage, right? But we can change, just tweak it a little bit if we want to do more damage, and we're going to a spot that has like no physical immunes, which is his main problem. So now I have 22,000, right? Like 22k damage instead of 12k with this weapon instead of other weapon I was. But the downfall to this weapon is if I meet something that's physical immune, I cannot kill it. I can't even like put it down one, like just a little bit of health down on it. It won't touch it. That's why I use this Reaper's Tool, because Reaper's Tool has a necromancer curse called Decryptify, which basically removes the physical immune from a physical immune monster. So now I can hit it. But me turning into this wolf is from the skill, right? The werewolf skill, which the only skill tree that has this skill is this skill tree from the druid. Nobody else has that skill, technically. But if I go to my hardcore barbarian here, now I said that a lot of the rune words provide you with skills or auras or stuff like that from other, from the paladin or from the necromancer or something like that. With this, he uses the amplified damage curse, which is also from necromancer. But I also have this unique helmet, which gives me +6 to feral rage, +6 to lycanthropy, +6 to werewolf. So if I put this on, and I don't know if you remember in the beginning, I was talking about how the battle order is a barbarian skill. So for the barbarian, he has war cries, and the battle order skill increases your maximum life, maximum mana, and maximum stamina. So that weapon that I had on swap with the sorceress that I used, which when I used it looked like this, right? So if you look, I have 1500 health, and now I have 3400 health, because I used the battle order, which is what I used on the sorceress, but it's actually a barbarian skill. Oh, it's down here. Right? So now I can turn around because I put that helmet on, and I can use werewolf, which is the druid skill, and now I can turn my barbarian into a wolf. And you noticed how I went from 3500 health to now I have 4500 health. So using this gives me an increased 80% health to maximum life. So if I'm grinding levels and I'm not actually doing the killing, but I'm just leeching the experience, then using it like this would be number one, because now I have maximum safety. It's just a funny how every build or every character has certain skills that are utilized through other gear, and that other gear can then in turn make a build. Hell yeah, man, for sure. I just wanted to give you a little insight because you haven't really played the game, so it's a little bit fun to show just how intricate the systems actually are and how much you can use certain things to benefit other things. Like, and that's why I enjoyed playing PoE too, is because that has the same flavor. Where, oh, I can use this and this one. I can do that with this one, and if I put that one on this one, oh, it's nice. Hey, yeah, man, I'm gonna catch you in a bit. No worries. Yeah, it's fun for me too, the same way, other way around. I would really like to show you a lot of cool stuff on PoE. Bro, give me a little bit to like catch up on the game enough to where I'm like have a basic understanding on what I need to do in order to like maximize my build, like really understand everything. And then once I fully get there, then I want to see it, because then I have a better understanding of like how things work. If you had a bunch of shit on here, it would be a lot easier for me to look at it, because I have like 100% understanding of everything that's going on and all the mechanics and what everything does. So everything will make a lot of more. Wow. Game, you are a jerk. I put the magic.
Greetings.
That was the base of the item that we was actually.
The order welcomes you.
God damn you. But yeah, I would definitely want to see some cool shit on PoE. 100%. 100%. But I don't want to. I want to kind of like savor the moment, if that makes sense, and just get as much, soak up as much of the, I would call it common knowledge, before I start looking into too much of the end game stuff, because that's what I'm hitting a wall right now in PoE, you could say. Like in terms of me killing the maps, I think I'm I can't remember exactly. You know what? After this run, we'll check. And I haven't been spending all my Atlas points either, because I wasn't actually 100% sure what I wanted to go for. So I kind of saved some of them, but I maybe should spend them. He's immune to cold, that's why he's nearly impossible to kill. Wow, what a aim button. Not a bad pair of boots, honestly. So these give us a lot of mana. 10% maximum. Nice. Save them for now. But we can't really give up on our... Or fire rest. Damn it. God damn it. Nothing really to super proud of. We are gonna get back to that, but I do want to check this situation out. I believe last time we streamed I was level 80 or 81, and currently we're at level 84. So it's not because I haven't played that much. Not like I played crazy. Gotten a couple of levels. Or maybe I did spend my Atlas points. Probably did then. I haven't bought anything fast wise. Oh yeah, that's the one I actually. I think this is yeah, I haven't done these yet because I don't think I can. Tier 8 is pretty much my limit right now. So what I have been doing for the most part is I've been just doing like 5s, 6. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, even put one on here that's only a 3, but just put it in there because I wanted to do that next. If I remember everything. It's been a minute. Just so you can see, like it's basically where it's at right now. Oh shit, okay, fair enough. That was a great start. Started out by getting absolutely slammed on a low tier map, that was crazy. Oh no, damage seems fine right now, but this is a low tier map, right? It's just a warm up because I gotta try and do a little bit higher tier, then gotta kind of be on point.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Fucking motherfucker. These monsters are always insanely hard to kill. Oh my god. If you want, we can also talk in Discord on my server. Yeah, we could do that, yeah.
I'm not up to that just yet.
But maybe I just, it's not really, I think what I wanted, or what I should do is probably look up some kind of guide on what to exactly do with this build. Like which direction is the best direction to go. That's what I was thinking I would do. Just look up a build guide on what to do. Or maybe get inspired to do something different. Where?
I'm not up to that just yet.
Alrighty. Go in a channel. Hey, can we? Let's save that for just a second here. Let me just finish this up real quick. Wait, where am I going?
I'm not up to that just yet.
Okay, let me give me 1 second here. Just holy shit. That's the first. Okay. That's the first unique map I ever found. Kinda cool. Um.
Hello.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Okay. Um. How are we doing? No, 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 no. I just. How? What? We in now?
Yeah. Hey, Ace.
Hey,
going on?
what's up, man?
Hey,
There we go. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was working right.
yeah, I didn't even tell you how my name was in Discord, so appreciate it. Nice to be here. I don't want to take over your stream or anything, but it's just a bit annoying. I'm really slow at typing, and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
the
you,
delay is
all good,
it's
man. All good, all good. I got a couple of things that I'm not sure if I want to keep and stuff like that. I wasn't
yeah.
sure if they were good or.
I mean, feel free to kick me out at any time. It's your stream. I don't want to take over. But and also what you said before is quite true. It's well, I had a great experience when I first played PoE, and just like to see how far you can get, and then
Right.
get stuck in something, you know, and then just later on looking up a build guide. Or, so I
Right,
don't
that's what I was
want.
thinking too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wasn't gonna look up a build guide right away.
Yeah, yeah. So I think it's a very cool approach because you're gonna have these build guides for the rest of your life basically, but you only have the experience to have the fresh experience once, you know.
Exactly.
So I don't want to like tell you, oh, this is best in slot or that is best in slot. I'm also not very proficient in this lightning arrow build you're playing right now, but
Right. Okay. Okay. Okay.
for general things, I can help you out, and I would also, well, if you just want to keep on playing, I could just mute, and then if you have a question, I could just unmute and.
No, but I put all the stuff in my inventory right now, which I'm not
Yeah,
entirely sure of if I want to
yeah,
keep it or if I want to throw it out or.
yeah. Um,
And I can
this
like,
is probably very needed because your stash looks very full.
it is, but it's because I found a lot of stuff where I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, this looks kind of fucking nice. I'm not gonna switch what I have out right this instant, but I might
Yes.
want to change this on a little bit later date when
Mhm.
I get some more resistances other places. For instance, with the boots, right? Because currently rocking the 3 res boots, and it's just a lot of resistances I'm losing out on if I'm taking
These
them
are
off.
nice boots. I mean, the ones you're wearing right now, um, they oh,
I
I
I wish
also
the
remember.
armor and evasion rating was something else, right? That would have been nice.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to have great evasion rating or armor on every gear. For example, if you have one gear piece that has like added flat evasion rating and then like percentage evasion rating on top, you can get like over 1,000 evasion rating from one item alone.
Yeah,
So it's not that important to have big evasion rating on every item. Of course, evasion rating is your main defensive stat, so
correct,
um,
correct.
armor is not that much important. What I recognize on the first glance is that your boots that you are currently have equipped have like 5 armor and or 5 evasion rating and 7 to armor, which is really shit.
Yeah, that's
Um,
what I mean. Like, I wish that would have been different. Like, some way higher than that, right?
true. Have you made the trick where you press Alt and then on an item and then you see the extra mods?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
you
I'm
did this,
hovering
right?
over the boots I'm wearing right now,
Yeah.
and that's how I determined if I want to keep something, right? I look at the tier. So, for instance, it says like tier 4, tier 3, tier 5, tier 3, tier 6.
So you can see there is, if this would be all tier 1 or tier 2, even if the roll was bad, it
Yeah,
would still be way better stats than now.
right.
So mm, it
And
doesn't.
that's I kind of kept these because they had similar tier rating as the other ones that I'm wearing right now.
Yeah. So basically, you can pick up loot from the ground and identify boots as you do, which is a nice thing to do. But you could also craft these. You saw
Am
you
I better
craft.
off crafting though? Am I better off crafting than looking for it?
It depends. If you were on trade league and you would just buy like for 1 chaos, you could buy way better boots than you have right now.
Right,
So
right.
they wouldn't even bother. I would just put up trade and look something really cheap but effective, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, you found a lot of essences. You could also craft
Right.
items.
Right, and I
Um,
haven't done a lot of crafting yet, right? Because I've kept it to a minimum because it's very complicated.
yeah, sure. Um, so I would be happy to introduce you to crafting if you would be willing to craft.
But I need a bunch of bases for that, right? Like I would need to have a
Yes,
bunch of the base items,
right.
like these types, right? The white ones or gray ones. Or whatever you call them.
Yeah, the rarity doesn't matter as much when you craft, but it's nice to have a good base, and a good base is determined by, for example, the boots you have right now are armor rating and evasion, and you already know, I think, that you have also this has some different meanings. For example, the sockets, which color they are, is kind of dependent
Yeah,
on
on strength or dex, whichever is
what.
like most prominent. Kind of like,
And also, not just that, it's way more. And for crafting, it's very important because there will be stats that you can just have on specific items. For example, there are stats you could have on int boots or intelligence-based boots, which you can't have on dexterity boots.
oh, okay, I see.
So this is why also you see that you have a lot of boots that are you picked up, which are armor and evasion rating, and you might be wondering why is the armor so important? It's not so much about the armor, but some builds use or need some life regeneration because they have some kind of degen in their kit, and so they have to counteract it with life regeneration, and you can only roll life regeneration on armor evasion type bases.
All right. Okay.
So this is one thing you have to consider. Also the item level, because the item level determines what what tier the mods can roll on it. So you
Right.
can't roll tier 1 live on a item level 7 boot.
No. What's like the so these are 72, right? Which would be the highest
Yes.
ones I have.
Yeah.
And
So these are fine. Some it really depends on the item itself. But if most of the best tier 1 mods you can roll easily on tier 80, 82 or 84. These are some numbers that are quite common.
okay.
If
So,
you,
like for instance, with Diablo, for our crafting, when it comes to certain things, you want to be level 93. So when you buy the amulet, the way that it works is it's plus minus 5 to your current level. That is going to be the item level when you're gambling a amulet, for instance. So
Yeah.
5 levels minus 93 put you at 88, which is the highest item level in the game, basically.
yeah, with PoE, I don't really know if it's tied to the zones. I think it could be monster level as well.
But what I was getting at was more like, okay, so you want to be like level 85, basically ish, plus on the item level to
Yeah, the item
ensure
level.
the highest success rate when it comes to rolling highest tiers of the different things that you want.
Not just success rate, but some types of mods they cannot roll. You on if these pair of boots is just item level 72, and I'm just making an example, I'm making it up. For example, tier 1 life would be level 76 required. You could not roll at all tier 1 life.
Right, but you would be able to roll like tier 4 or tier 3.
For example, or
Right,
tier
right.
2 or tier 3. There is all for everything. There's applications online or like in the internet. There's some sites where you could check all this.
All right.
Also,
Okay.
sometimes you want to have a lower item level because you want to exclude some mods that can just occur on higher level.
All right,
items.
right. So that works the same way as Diablo actually, because
Yeah.
in order to gamble certain things, you want to be a certain level, because
Sure.
if you're not that level, then you're not getting the plus minus 5 in that area where you want the specific mods to spawn. If that makes sense. So that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, I think I typed it to you once when we were talking about the crafting in PoE, and if you think about it this way, it's always deterministic because most of the people will have a lot of currency. They can do basically anything, but it's about how to perfect it. How to make it the most likely to craft the item the fastest and the simplest way, because some of them are very hard to get.
I only have 26 chaos orbs.
Yeah.
Like in total, right? So that's not a lot when it comes to currency.
Yeah. So basically, chaos orbs, you could, like, if you have a rare item, just spam chaos orbs. Wait if something good comes out of there. But I don't really recommend it because, for example, essences are just a better way, a better chaos orb for you. Because not only they reroll the item, but they guarantee one mod. And this one mod is not white tier 1, but in the higher essences, like they have different tiers, you know. That's like
Yeah,
weeping
yeah,
and
yeah.
wailing and screaming, and the higher you go, I think shrieking essences are the highest, and they have real substantial mods. So, real substantial roles.
Right.
So you will probably use them because this is also one thing we talked about, that you probably want to grind out a specific card, which is called the porcupine.
Oh, right. Yeah. To get a
Um,
6-socketed bow, right?
Not only 6-socketed, but 6-linked.
Right.
And this will be a great. Also, yeah, if we're talking about how to upgrade your build, this would be a great damage enhancer, because right now you're rocking a 4-link and a 5-link setup,
Yeah.
as I can see.
Yeah.
And so, like, from a 5-link to a 6-link, it's most of the time like plus 40% more damage.
Right. Okay. So
Because
there was a way to grind out that porcupine card, right? Do I even
right.
have one?
I don't know. You could go to your stash and just search in the search bar, type in porcupine, and look at your cards if something highlights.
Oh, right. Oh, I'm already halfway. But there's a porcupine as a picture, right? If I remember correctly.
Sure, but I would just type it out in the.
What was the stack decks for?
These are basically random cards.
I don't have.
Once you right click on them, you will pick one out, and it could be any card in the game.
Okay, so when I have a stack of 10, I want to use it right away, basically.
Well, they use up a lot of space, but it could be something great in there.
And it's completely random.
It's random but weighted. Like a lot of things are weighted.
5x
in
currency. Alright. That was the last one I needed for that one. That was perfect. Okay, but so none of these boots are really worth keeping, I guess, other than if I want to basically re-roll them into something different.
Yeah. I would say, like, the first ones you showed on top left, I wouldn't. I mean, the life roll is really bad, sadly.
Yeah.
And it's not the hybrid life. There is a specific hybrid life mod, which has evasion and also life, which could be here. So if you press Alt, you will see if it's like one special mod or if it's just a normal life.
But these were decent, like close enough to where I was like, okay, I might wanna.
Sure. You will lose some resistances, but
I will, like, but I could add like resistances to these because they have the movement speed already, right? No, I cannot. Fuck, that's right. I cannot add anything. To
6 mods already. You would need open suffix.
Right. Okay, I see.
What we could do, because you were farming a lot of
was this the other type of bow I was looking for, the spine bow or this one, right?
Yeah, I think bone, ivory, or spine. Yeah.
Bone, ivory, or spine.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I thought this was.
The base also determines like how fast they attack and how much crit chance they have. There's probably a specific reason why they want these bows.
Right. I remember why I saved this one.
Yeah, I think if you're in dire need of some space, I think like you have to get rid of some uniques that will.
Oh yeah, I gotta delete a lot of uniques. I should actually sit down and go through it.
I also love to collect uniques, and so I just bought a unique tab at some point too. like just put in. You can put every unique in there once. Especially like the sword you're never gonna use because you're never gonna use sword
I'm
weapons.
that for right now. What was this bow again? Right. Get rid of those.
These are great leveling boots, the Wanderlust.
Yeah. It's not an awful belt though.
Interesting belt, but doesn't have a life roll, sadly. And these belts with the socket. In the socket, and put one of these eye jewels.
Yeah, these ones over, but yeah.
These belts are very good. Like your endgame build will probably use one of these.
Right.
Or like a tier 0 belt, you know, that there is Mage Blood and Headhunter belt, which are like the chase items.
Right.
But you probably won't drop one, so this is a great choice. You will want to have a high level.
I'm not up to that just yet.
And then you can craft it.
Let me just see. Oh, I didn't want to save that. Do I want to save that?
I mean, it might be better than your one that you have actually, but I think unique body armors are very good.
Need something?
Unique body armors.
Yes.
Right.
The problem is you probably won't ever drop one 6-linked. You might, but so you will have to link it, which means
spending a dumb
a
amount.
lot of fusing orbs to get 6 sockets,
Yeah.
and then even more fusing orbs to get 6 links. But your problem is right now to just get one 6-link. That would be probably enough.
Right. No, don't need that. I don't want to keep those. I believe this armor, what was it called again? Lion's Eye. That was pretty good, right?
It's quite cool. It has a lot of armor, but you want at least a hybrid evasion because, yeah, you don't scale armor, you scale evasion with your grace aura effect.
Right. Yeah.
And yeah, breastplates, they provide a lot of defensive.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a minion bow.
There are so many crazy items out there.
Okay. Um.
I'm not up to
Shit.
that just yet.
Yeah.
Hard to let go of all the uniques, but you will probably find them anyways.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking too. If I'm dropping them this early, this fast, they're probably
There's
pretty common.
so many uniques in PoE, but most of them are very specific and just used in one kind of build, which is around
Right.
these uniques. So there's so many dropping, so they are not worth a lot, but some of them are crazy expensive on the other hand.
It's not here either. Where do I deliver the... Right here.
Look
Oh,
me in the eye.
you can also trade in cards at Lily. If you have Lily in your hideout,
Of course.
you can trade
Oh.
cards there.
Nice. Did not know that.
Lily
Alright,
is
okay.
like, the
Lily.
very best NPC.
Oh, she's right here. Ah, I see. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough.
Yes, she sells you all the gems, plus you can trade in cards.
Nice. Nice. Alright,
Um,
so...
You already had this affinity put on your first stash tab, probably with currency, right? When you can do this for other tabs as well if you want. It's just like
Oh,
quality.
right. Yeah, I caught that when we were doing the first one. That you
Yeah.
can put it to whatever...
For example, if you could put divination cards in second, and then you just have to shift left click every card in your inventory, and it will automatically sort it into this tab only.
Right.
And you could
Oh,
basically
so a stacked deck only took one card out of the 10.
yes. You have lots more pulls left. Also another 2 lying around.
Alright. Okay. Let's see what we got then. Wait.
In the middle of card opening. Let's go. Let's hope for some porcupines.
That would be nice. Hmm.
If the color is orange, it always means
I'm
it's
not
like
up
a
to that
unique
just
item. So
Right.
most likely it's like an item which is unique and it's called whatever's on there. Yeah, some okay cards, but you have to always make a full set to
Yeah.
create them. Okay. Oh, the void. The Void is like a really funny card. It could be any item in the game. And normally it's useless. But a friend of mine
Hail God.
got a Watcher's Eye out of one, which is a boss specific drop. And
Damn.
it's really good. About 50 divines.
This can be anything in the game, you said. Void?
The Void.
Come on.
Ah, one Val. Okay, better than nothing, I guess.
It could have been Scrolls of Wisdom.
Sure. Or like something like Blacksmith, this stuff, quality currency stuff. Absolutely worthless. Cool. So we haven't really improved the build yet. But
No,
what we could
I'm still
do,
cleaning.
yeah, still cleaning. Have you have had farmed a lot of expeditions, right? The thing where you blow up the
Yeah,
underground.
somewhat. I wouldn't say a lot.
Okay. You spec in a little bit in expedition, right?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Have you ever talked to the NPCs? Because with all the currency you do there, you can stuff with the different NPCs like Gwenon, Rogue, or Danik, and last one is
Hey Code, what up, man? How you doing? So, but
Glad to see you.
which one?
for example, for crafting, Rock is really great. You see base items there, but if you buy them, you don't get the item which is listed there, but you get to craft the item.
I get to craft the item?
Right. So you choose an item. If you like an item base, you can choose it, and then he will ask you questions if you want to improve the item or not. And you do this mini game, and in the end, you will have hopefully a good item.
Who was that?
I'm not up to that just yet.
Yeah, with Rock, you were at Rock right now.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Deal for an item.
Yeah. So if you want to try out, you can just, I don't know, there's no boats here. You can reroll, but you just have one reroll. This is these metal chain.
Oh, those ones, okay.
Yeah, but it's probably quite good because the item levels are a bit low here. Because I think it's
A bit more stock.
yeah, I think these are old items when you first encountered Expedition. Now you should have, yeah, way higher item level.
Right, I see that.
So, do you have anything that looks good to you? Maybe the tunic or the gloves are evasion bases too. Yeah, I would say let's go for the armor and then try to craft something nice.
Okay. So I press this one.
Yes. And now you have to buy first.
Allow me to take my ruined hammer to this thing's tail end. Can't get any worse, right?
Okay.
I don't
You already have insufficient materials, but it's fine. It will save. But I can just explain to you. There you can read what it will change. So it's rerolls suffixes 6 times, keeping the best outcome, and it will sometimes remove suffixes 6. And these are because they will be rerolled here. So you see the cold and fire resistance will be rerolled.
Right.
I don't know if you really want that because these are quite okay. I would say. So you can skip it, but it says to you you can't skip twice, and the next costs will be higher.
Okay.
So you always choose if you want to make the change or not.
Right.
I mean, you could skip here if you want to keep the resistances.
Yeah. Tier 3 and 4 is pretty decent. Isn't it?
Yeah. Also, you sometimes have the option to upgrade tiers.
This
Already
one
way
is.
more.
A small
Yep.
extra rune could have a beneficial effect here.
Okay. Now you get a new choice, and now you can't skip because you skipped before.
Yeah. But I can buy
Or-
this one.
Yeah, this is just straight upgrades. Let's see what it upgrades here.
What do I press?
Upgrade.
Let's try to add more sockets to this, perhaps. You might end up with more
The
sparks
coal
for
rush.
this ominous forbidden
So
flame.
now it got 3. Nice. Look, now you got tier 2 cold rest, tier 3 fire rest, and then the evasion and stun and block recovery is now tier 2, which is nice.
Reforges number of sockets.
This is great. It will save you some jewelers.
Right, so that's basically the greatest number. Alright.
Roll 100 times.
For 20 right.
A carefully applied rune of nullification could do wonders for this product's overall quality.
Only 5. Disappointing.
And it would have been nice if that was it.
I mean, now you can't really afford to remove the crap evasion rating, but you can just like close the window and it will keep being saved, and you can come back after you grinded more currency.
Right, okay.
Because I would remove it because it's just a tier 7 evasion rating. You can probably get something better than this.
Right.
Okay, some progress.
Okay, that makes sense. So now I know what I spent there, because that's one of the ones where I wasn't entirely sure of
Sure.
where
Do you
to
want
spend all the different currency.
Do you want to go through the other guys as well?
That's the gambler. I understand that one. That's pretty
Yeah,
simple.
you gamble basically the
Hello,
what
exile.
rarity it is.
Yeah.
And then you have Tujan, and Tujan is very nice too. Oh, Danik can exchange for any other currency.
Right.
The ones on the bottom are like offers, which are better deals basically, and you can also these are the currencies which you can use to re-roll, and you can also buy it with him.
Right.
So if you really wanted to get the breastplate right now, you would need to you could trade in here, for example.
Right, so I would get the these ones, right?
I don't remember. I think these were the grand orders, yeah. But you don't have to.
Been an honor. Glad to see you. Our deal
And
remains an
Intuition is also very great. You can buy or you can haggle for some.
Grand orders, yeah.
option. I'll hold on to this for next
I have 123 though.
hero.
Grandson, I have 123 of those. So if I take just, how much did I need?
I think it was 46. I think better type it out.
Oh, right. I'm an idiot.
That's a basic rule. Always use the search bars and just type stuff out.
I'll sing of you. Here
Okay.
for a deal. Our deal remains an option. Let's try to add more sockets to this, perhaps.
I thought it would
But
put
more
something else
sockets
on
for
it.
those Ominous forbidden gems.
Now this one just removed. Oh, now you can reforge the sockets. Again? But just 20 times.
Lesser order.
We'll finish this deal later. Well met.
Last time we rewrote for 100 times. What happened?
How many? Oh, I forgot.
19 in total. I don't know how much you got left.
I'll
Just
sing
buy
of you.
19 so we're on the safe
Here
side.
for a deal.
Sure,
Our
sure.
deal remains an option. I've an entire black chimera blood in stock today. Could turn out very well for you.
I mean, now you could add a suffix, but
Would-
it would fill up your suffixes because
Yeah,
you
it would
already.
have been better if it was a prefix.
So you could think about not doing that and skipping.
Right. That would probably be the
A
better.
few small rooms in the right places could do wonders here.
Reroll modifier values of a single modifier. That's a problem.
Now you can't skip, and it's costly, and it doesn't do a lot.
Right, so this item is basically bricked, you could say.
I mean, I don't know how many times. I don't know if you can see how long will this go on, and if you get something great afterwards. But you can always take if it's too expensive for you, and you just say, I don't know. That's the
Right,
way.
but that's why I wanna be doing the whole.
Yeah, rock is not guaranteed to give you great items, but these can be quite good. And there are some players, like in every mechanic has like one player investing their whole life into these. And for example, there's a
Right.
player called Substractum who basically in Trade League only does all his money from this guy. He just knows how to roll the best items and makes great profit every time.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. Alright, so basically
So
I need a grind a porcupine to get a 6-link bow. That is like my next
the-
mission, you could say.
I would say this would be a great
And then I should
Deep-
work on getting a 6-linked armor as well.
yeah, a 6-link. There are some armors which have unique armors which have cool effects that are very good defensively as well as offensively.
Right, I
Um,
should look into that too.
Sure. For example, a great stat to look out for you is physical damage taken as lightning or fire or elemental damage of any kind.
Right.
Because if you're stacking armor, you have a lot of damage reduction. With evasion, you're hoping to evade the attack at all. So, but if one attack comes through, you get a lot of damage,
Right.
which
And
doesn't
that's
get
where I'm at right
used.
now.
I'm
Is
not up to that just yet.
I'm taking a lot of damage.
Sure, yeah.
And on the tier 8 maps, it's really hard to kill the enemies.
Yeah, yeah. So damage will come with the new skill. Also, if you level your support gems to 20, you can do the trick with to bump them up to 20% quality in one go.
I
And
have
you're
a
really
couple level 20s now.
Sure. So if you have one gem cutter's prism, which normally just increases the quality by 1%, but you have a level 20 support gem, you can trade these both items to a vendor, and you will downgrade your support gem to level 1. So you have to reskill it. But
Right.
as a trade-off, you don't only get 1% increased quality, you max it out immediately, so 20%. And some skills, do you know what quality does on the gems?
Not on the gems. No, I know what it does on an armor, but not on
Sure.
the...
So with an armor, it increases the defenses, but
Right.
if you press Alt on a gem as well, you can see that there is on the very bottom one stat which will increase with rarity. So like similar to checking to checking items for the tiers, you can also check the gem, and then it tells you on the very bottom.
I see.
So, and if you, for example, some of the aura gems, it's not worth to put quality on them because most of them just give a bigger AOE of the aura. So if you want to buff other players, but if you
Right.
want just want to buff yourself, it's not important at all, and you rather would have the level 20 aura.
Right.
So, but with the support gems, it's most of the time worth.
Okay.
So you can look it up, and if you have one gem cutter and one support gem, can just trade it in. You will decrease your damage for a bit, but you can just go to like Act 8 or 10, and they will level really fast.
Right. Yeah, I have one level 20 support. Another one.
Yeah. So you could just, if you have the gem cutter prism, I don't really know.
Oh, right, I see. Right, the gem cutters, that's these, right?
It's the triangle ones.
Yeah, the...
Yeah.
Opals. I would call them.
Yeah. You just go to a vendor and one gem plus one gem cutter is the recipe. Press shift to unstack. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Golem might not be necessary. It gives increased buff effect. It's not that bad.
No, that's pretty. It's not a. The other ones were better though. Alright. More increased attack speed. And the Mirage deals more damage.
All supported skills, so not just the Mirage, but the main skill as well.
Main skill. Lightning arrow?
The lightning arrow, yeah. Should be from the wording.
That one is 19.
Yeah, sure. All the gem cutters, so you can't do this. It's called flipping gems. You can't
Right.
do it with the non-support gems, I think. You used to be, but they changed around some stuff.
Oh,
so I'm
so
not sure if you can put it on. Do the same thing with the lightning arrow. But if you have remaining gem cutters, just put them on there because it will probably have a good effect.
Hail, God
So I go to sell, right?
Yes.
And I sell one gem cutter and then
It didn't work because it's not a support gem.
right, I
Right.
see.
It is the change, yeah.
Okay.
So now you got level 1, but 20 quality.
Right on. Alright, okay. That's a minion, that's not support. Well, I'm gonna have
I'm
more
not
for
up to
that
just yet.
in not too long.
Yeah, this is always an easy fix, an easy upgrade. But you have to grind a lot to get to level 20 and then to level 20 again.
Right, but it goes. The first part goes pretty fast, and then you start doing decent damage.
Yeah, because it's not dependent. It's just flat EXP, and they are skilled so that you get level ups of the gems relatively fast in Act 1 as well. So the first ones will fly. You will probably kill one mob and have already the first upgrade.
Right.
So you also asked for a build. If you want to look for a build, I would really, yeah, I don't say you have to, but you probably know max roll.
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Because they have Diablo builds as well, right?
Correct. I used that for Diablo 3 a lot to
I think,
theorize build.
I mean, you also like to watch videos, but if you don't and you want to have it written out, I think it's very nice overview. I really like the layout. And
I
they
I didn't actually know that you could do PoE there. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, and there is build which is called Lightning Arrow Deadeye League Starter. It's the name, but it's not just League Starter. Most of the time means it's easily accessible. You can just start your league with this, grind some currency, and later on spec into something more expensive. But they also have different stages, so they have early, mid, and late version of this build, so
Right.
it gets increasingly expensive but better.
Right.
And they even have like step-by-step stuff, and a lot of tips and tricks on the side. So this is really cool, I think. I don't really use builds that much. I look up something or get inspired, and I deviate a lot. But I think it's great for players that don't play as much.
Right. And just in the beginning to get a better understanding, I'm thinking that might be a good way to go about it.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's so much stuff that you have to learn. I mean,
There's a
it's a bit-
lot. There's a lot.
yeah,
And
yeah.
it's not just that there's a lot of like, in terms of your like skills and mechanics that way. It's like all the crafting, all the vendors, the gambling, the like everything you can basically do with all the currencies. There's a lot.
Long day.
Yeah, it's great. It might be intimidating, but I think it's
No. I
crazy.
think it's great because having a lot of different stuff makes it to where it'll stay alive for longer, if that makes sense, right? Like it'll have something to do for a longer period of time than if it's something that's completed within a day or two. Like Diablo 3 was ridiculous, like a week, and then you had the best items in the game basically. It was really didn't take more than a week
Yeah.
if you
This
grinded
is,
really hard.
It's a bit sad if you don't have anything, which is and every league in PoE there's some new stuff coming out. I'm not saying the game is still not thought through. There's people that have insane insight and they play more the game of Path of Building, which is another application which
Right,
is not
right.
even in the game. But for example, me myself, I'm kind of considered a rookie player. I have 1,000 hours in the game, and
Right.
I'm not an expert in anything. I'm doing everything a bit, but nothing really good.
Right. There was I found some was it a ring or was it an amulet? I don't remember. It's not a bad ring actually. Holy shit. Tier 2332.
That's good.
That is pretty decent.
Sure, you could craft life on that.
Right, but it's just, oh man, if it didn't have energy shield, I wish it had something else.
Sure. Have you spec'd into, if we're speaking about defensive layers, there is a key point. So in your skill tree, there are like the small nodes, then there are the notables, which are the bigger ones, and then there are really big ones, which give you most of the time downsides and upsides.
I have a lot of fucking resistances right now, like I'm overstacking on cold, and lightning, but I have absolutely no chaos resistance.
Yeah, sure. I would put it in. Depends if one of the rings gives a lot of fire, you might be undercapped at fire. Because they both give fire inherently.
This one gets fire, lightning, lightning, cold. And this one gives fire, fire, and cold.
Yeah, it's probably... I mean, they're both really not that good, to be honest. I would probably consider to switch them both.
Right, I would too, but it's just... Man...
Yeah, you need a lot of fire resistance then, because they give you a lot of your fire resistance.
Yeah.
So maybe if you have another ring that gives you fire resist, like a lot, you might be able to switch, or you can... I mean, there are also these unique rings. By the way, always, if you have the space, you can collect unique rings, even duplicates, and there's a special vendor recipe.
Right, I think you told me about that, where you sell a full inventory of them.
Yeah, that's good. So it's good that you... Oh, not best resistances on this one. But sadly no fire.
Mm.
Coral Ring also has nice stats like good attributes, but attributes aren't as important as in Diablo. Mostly you want attributes to level up your gems.
Right,
Or,
right.
So most of the time it's fine to have low resistances as long as you can use everything on your tree. And there's also some builds that stack a specific attribute, but you're not doing that.
No. Nah,
I
it's
mean,
it's all shitty rings, honestly. Now that I'm looking at them.
the one with the mod +1 to minimum frenzy charges and gain frenzy charges on kill is quite interesting. It's normally a very good ring, but you already have access to frenzy charges, so you don't really need it.
Yeah.
Also not... Yeah.
It's not bad.
It would be better for you to have +1 maximum frenzy charge. This is a lot. Because have you ever like found out what the charges do?
Yeah, they gave you increased attack, or was it increased attack speed? Or...
Like the frenzy charges, especially they give you like 4% more damage, but there is a very specific distinction between increased damage and more damage in PoE, because more damage is just multiplicative.
Right.
So everything else gets calculated, and then the more damage on top. So more damage is very good. So plus 1 frenzy charge means 4% more damage. Means, yeah, really 4% more damage, not just with increased damage. It's not suddenly 70% more or whatever.
No. Correct. Hmm. I can basically get rid of all of this stuff because it's all pretty shitty.
Sure, I would keep the one ring we were having a look at with the nice chaos resist.
The nice chaos.
Yeah, the one where you were annoyed that it has energy shield, because energy shield is not that bad, and I can tell you why.
That one.
Yeah.
Talisman tier 1. That not a... That's...
These are, you see, they look a bit different from normal talismans, and these are always, they're only dropping corrupted. So and there's different tiers of them.
Nothing tier 1 about this.
Yeah. They always have a weird implicit modifier, if you see on the very top, and there's one thing you can do with talismans, which makes them a little bit weak normally, even if they're well rolled. There is a mechanic, sometimes you get these encounters in maps which are a little bit like tower defense-esque. Cassia and the Blight is called, and they drop oils, and with oils you can enchant your amulets, and once it's corrupted you cannot meddle with any item anymore, apart from some special... Oh, you made a vendor recipe by mistake. You traded sad. You traded different elemental resistance rings and got one which is for all elemental resistance.
Right.
So if you have like these oils lying around, yeah, I would think we need to go into the skill tree for a second.
I probably gotta fix a lot of stuff in here.
Yeah. So if you press Alt while hovering over like a big node, you can also see the oils beside it. I hope it was Alt as well. Yes. There are like 3 oils And
Right.
if you have these oils, you can put any node on the tree which cannot be is not connected to your tree in any kind on your amulet, and it will be there as well.
Okay, so I can put an oil on this node, and that'll show up on my amulet?
No, it's opposite way. These here just show you which oils you need for this specific herbalism, for example. If you
Also, if I have the green, the blue and pink or whatever that is, and then the white one.
exact,
so-
you can go to Cassia and put your amulet in it, and then if you have the right combination, which you can look up here, you will get the point herbalism on your amulet, and you don't have to skill it in your tree. And the powerful thing about it is, it doesn't really matter where you are at all with your skill tree. You could be a Templar on the completely different side of the skill tree and still anoint the herbalism on your amulet.
So I can pick any one skill out of the tree that
Yeah,
has a
sure.
combination.
Of course, but the crazy skills will be more expensive. So
Right.
different oils. Very expensive are the health, of course, and things like, for example, you can apply one additional curse, which
Right.
are very powerful. Everybody wants them, but no one is ever in the area to skill it naturally. So this is why these amulets that are corrupted are probably not that good, because you cannot anoint them, but sometimes they have an anoint on their own.
I see.
So you
And-
have 1 point, and I think you can allocate one more life node there down in the wheel on the bottom.
The big one here?
You have one.
10% maximum life and 8% avoid elemental.
Yeah, that makes you a bit tankier. And also what I wanted to show you with the energy shield and evasion combination. There's a really nice node which is called Ghost Dance. It's basically where you skilled the farthest in the north on your skill tree. It's a little bit more up, and it's like a really big node.
What did you say it was called?
You can also just Ghost Dance.
Ah, this one.
This one is great defensively as well. But it only works if you have some energy shield as well.
Nice. Yeah, because I do have some, but it's 33. It's nothing.
Yeah. And it's great with a lot of evasion because, of course, evasion is tied into the formula, but as well, you are not being hit that much. So if you get hit once, it's very the most dangerous thing is if you get hit once and then hit again, and this kind of prevents it. So
Right.
you get 2 shot, not 1 shot. If you get 1 shot, yeah, that's really bad, but that should not happen that much. But this one prevents that you get 2 shots, because
Right.
it instantly recovers your energy shield after the first hit.
That's nice. like a second life. Well,
Yeah,
life right there.
life is always the best defensive, because your evasion can fail you, you know.
No, no, the best defense is more power.
Or so, yeah, I like that. Yeah, yeah. Just don't get hit.
Just more damage. That's the only solution.
Sure, sure, sure. But sometimes you can't really avoid to get hit,
No, that's right. That's
in
right.
my opinion. So you need some inherently be a bit bulky as well.
After I watched that forbidden build, that shit was insane.
Yeah, it's so fun, but yeah, I don't know if the formula always like you can't always one-shot every mob on the screen.
No, but that lightning arrow I'm using right now feels like it has the potential to do. I don't know if it can one-shot everything, but it should definitely. It has the potential to do something crazy.
Yeah.
Especially if it gets 2 more support gems. That would make it insane.
For sure, yeah. You need yeah, you probably need just the porcupine cards.
Oh no, 1 more support gem because I got it in the armor. Right, it's 5 link.
Yeah, but you can switch around, it doesn't really matter. You can get on the bow, there is a mod that all your bow gems that are socketed into the bow have more levels. So in this case, you obviously would like to have it in the bow.
Right.
But you don't have that one.
Not yet, but it'll come.
You will, hopefully, soon.
And I am currently, like, every time I do a map or something, I get a lot of 6 socketed items. So I'm guessing it'll probably all, like, alongside with trying to gamble for them and whatever. It probably won't be long before I get one.
Sure, sure.
It's
Yeah,
excellent.
it's 6 sockets drop a lot, but 6 links is a different story. They also drop sometimes, but I myself also I told you about, right? I started my own SSF run, and I'm playing a poison build, but also with a bow. And
Yeah.
I'm on. I'm exactly in the same spot as you are. I need to farm the porcupine right now.
Right. Okay. And how was it again that you were forming that? There was like a specific method.
Yeah. There are, you can, for example, with the stacked decks, you can pull it, of course, but there are specific maps that have it, where it can drop just naturally from anything. And these are the courtyard and the gardens.
Courtyard. Garden.
Courtyard and gardens, you can look up. These should be tier 5, so white maps.
Garden is this one.
Yeah.
I don't have a courtyard, but I do have a garden.
Okay. And then there's, you're not into red maps yet, but there's also a lot of other red maps, so red maps is very high maps
Right.
from 11 onward, which have it as well. Then there's Terrace, which is tier 8.
I'm not a pale god slayer.
And there's even one area in the story which can drop this, and it's the High Gardens.
High Gardens.
Yes, it's Act 8.
Right. Oh, that's why it sounded familiar. I've been there before while going through the game, right?
I think it should be the area where you normally find the demigod at the end, which is called Yugul, which is like a thing with the like, I forgot the word. mercury pools inside.
Right. Uh, the gardens and the courtyard, right?
Yeah. And if you run these maps, it's if you have increased quantity, of course, it's more likely to drop.
Right.
Also, if you do a map, for example, you're out of gardens map, and there's a map which is connected with a line to a gardens map,
Yeah.
it's more likely to drop a connected map.
Right. Did you say symmetry, right?
Gardens and courtyard, and
Oh,
then
courtyard. Court. Oh, okay, courtyard. So this one and this one. I can remember that. They're basically complete opposite of each other.
Yeah, and it still makes me furious that you don't use your search bars.
Oh yeah, right. Oh.
It's just
I
you have to get into the habit of doing it.
Right. Yeah, that is one thing I do have, but I am so not used to that.
But it will be get so much easier. You just
You're
don't
right.
have to look around for where's the courtyard. Cool.
But I would say like after you played this for, I'll give it like 2 years, then I have that shit memorized, to where when I look at it, I know exactly where everything goes and what everything is. At least for this build, like the one. I'm not saying they'll be for every build, but like for this one, I should be able to have the full understanding. But I can see how it'll take me probably 2 years to learn it fully, because there's so many aspects.
I think it's a different. It's different. If you follow a build, everyone can do it. In my opinion, it's not hard at all.
Right, but you're not learning anything. You're following a build.
Right, you're just following a build. It depends of how well it is explained. If you want to divert from a build, this is what I'm doing. You need to have a bit more knowledge, and the hardest part, of course, is to create a build on your own, and this is really hard. I don't. But in theory, you should be able to. Yeah, you should just find a unique, and say, oh, wait, this is a nice thing. What if I do a build around it? So this is, I think, the goal. But I haven't done it a lot. What I really do, I really love to do, is stacking attributes. For example, strength stacking builds. I really love them, and it's really nice to just see I made a gear upgrade, and my goal is to stack a lot of strength, and my strength went from 2000 to 2200, and I made an upgrade.
Right. Yeah.
I do not recommend for you to build a strength stacker, especially on self-found, because it's one of the most expensive builds.
Right. Yeah, that would take some trading and stuff like that.
Yeah. It would be really hard to. But you had like a part of the boots. You had the Alberon's Warpath boots. You probably sold them for space, but these are very cheap, and they just give you % and increased strength. So you can run these. Some items are really cheap.
Right.
But yeah. So I don't know. I'm talking a lot. You're probably overwhelmed. I would just.
No. I'm just taking it in as you're speaking, because there's, as I said, there's a lot to it, and I'm trying to memorize it, because there's. But so as far as I like, what I put my mind to is I need to grind a porcupine and get that 6-link bow. Like that's the most important part right now, in order to like really
For
up my damage.
increase, yes.
Yeah.
If you want to increase your damage, definitely.
Yeah.
If you want to increase your defenses, it's probably just gear upgrades, and maybe
Right.
the skill shroud thingy. But
And then at the same time get all my support gems to quality 20. So that way, at a later date, I could possibly transmute them into those special gems. Or
sure. Also, like,
and then
you
but-
have a lot of elemental resist. Now you don't really have to look for just elemental resists, because there are other great ways to have defensive layers. Like, for example,
Right.
spell suppress. Cap out your spell suppress to 100.
yeah,
Then the physical damage taken as ... which I told you before as well, is a great mod. You can have it on, for example, you can have a big number on these on your unique armors. Not unique, rare armor pieces, chest pieces.
right.
So if you get 12% physical damage taken as fire, this will make you a lot bulkier, because it will take, instead of your normal 18% physical damage reduction, it will take your fire resistance, which will be 75.
Oh, right. Correct. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So this is a great mod. Always high life, spell suppress, physical damage taken as. These are great defensive mods, and also evasion rating.
Right. Oh, and I did spec in. Yeah, right. I was already going into. Since I'm getting a lot of damage out of getting that 6-link bow, the smartest choice then would be to go for more defensive, like, parts in the skill tree for the last part of it.
Yeah.
Because that's how I see it. Like if
Yeah. You're absolutely right. The more you play PoE in the beginning, you think you say, "Wow, 12% increased damage. I'm doing 12% more damage." It's not true. 12% increase does not mean 12% more.
no,
Damage
that's
nodes are everywhere. You can put skill damage for days and days and days. But especially on the part of the skill tree where you are, there is a lot less defensive options.
right.
So it's very hard to come by. This is
That's
also
what
why
I'm seeing too. The defensive ones are far in between. Like you have to go for to get to them.
Right. This is also where you put in your life bar, as your search bar, put in life, and just look where some are, and then just go for it. And this is also why I always annoyed you with the jewels, which you put in the jewel sockets.
Right.
If these have increased life or flat life, great. Also, you could go for the another jewel socket. Just put in a jewel; it's good value.
Right. I only really I have 3 jewels. So.
Yeah, but the eye has no life on it. I can already tell.
This one has increased 7% maximum life.
That's juicy. It doesn't get better than this.
And then
7%.
fire and lightning resist. Which
it doesn't really give you a lot of other things, but just alone the 7% increased max life is like worth like 1.5 to 2 other mods, other best in slot mods.
right. So what I'm basically looking for is another 2 of those.
Sure.
Type deal.
It needs to have life. Of course, in strength is also life hidden for a bit, but it's not as impactful as the 7%.
No, of course. Alright.
Yeah. So, life jewels, it's also great. You can also pick up, I always pick up every jewel that drops on the ground, even if it's blue.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah,
also
because
take
that's what
blue.
I'm not up to that.
that's what we did last time.
Sure, sure.
I had
Yeah,
one
you
with life on it. That not. It didn't have life. It had something else.
Yeah. And if you have a lot of the Orb of Alterations, which are the blue ones,
Yeah.
they can re-roll blue items. You can just spam alterations on a blue gem to get life, and then use a Regal Orb to upgrade to rare.
Right.
So you can craft them this way. This is a really easy craft, and I sometimes do it if I'm in the mood for it, but definitely always identify.
Right. Correct.
And yeah, that's basically really simple. Also, you can, if you have a good jewel, this is maybe not as important to you because you're on solo self-found, but if you have a good jewel with life and some other stuff, you can corrupt it with a wall orb, and it has the chance to get an implicit modifier, so an extra modifier. And these modifiers could be increased mana reservation efficiency, so you could, yeah, put better auras on, for example.
Oh, that's
Or
okay. This one.
yeah. Or another classic is corrupted blood cannot be inflicted on you. If you hit one of those, it could of course also brick the item. So I don't know if you want to do it, but
Right.
if you get one of these two on the maximum life jewel with some other good mods, these can go from 1 to 5 divine in Trade League. So quite a lot of money, and it's really easy. You just pick them up. If you have a good one, corrupt it. If it hits, you can sell it for some good money. So
Right. I think I'm gonna wait off a little bit longer getting into the whole trading side of things because I want to learn more about what's actually valuable, and especially like because I'm thinking like you should know what's valuable to each type of build, like just the main stuff. That's I wouldn't say common, but more common than the super explicit crazy shit. Because that way,
I always trade, but it's a flavor thing. I think playing for your own is also really nice because it's, for example, now you have to grind out the porcupine card. You can't just say I buy it and it's done and over with. So
right?
it might be an upside or a downside. Some people like to say
You can't even trade for it, can you?
I grind for.
Can you trade
money.
for it? Is it a tradable item?
Everything is basically tradable in PoE.
Oh, okay.
So cards as well.
Right, so you could technically buy one with the currency.
Yeah,
Like,
so if you're playing solo self-found, but if you're on Trade League, you can buy porcupine cards pretty easily.
right. That makes sense. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, because doing it on Diablo. So with Diablo, it's a little bit different, right? Because with the trading situation, you have basically two ways of trading, I would say. You either, well, three ways of trading. You have the in-game way, which is the chat and making a game that's named offer something, need something, or whatever, right? Like there's a game right here. It's called Need Shaco Offer Vex, which is a rune. So that's basically the one way to trade. That's the in-game way.
They don't trade for currency. They trade item for item.
Basically, usually you go item for runes or item for some specific like thing that has high value, and like certain things have consistent high value.
Yeah.
So there are some rings, some amulets, and some different things that, even though it's later in the season, it'll still have some value. The runes always have some value, right? So that's usually the way you go. You have the highest value runes would be the burn, the jar rune, right? And the reasoning behind that is because that's the most usable runes in terms of rune words, especially for like high-end rune words. That's the most used runes. So for that reason, those are the most expensive ones and the highest value items when you're trading something. You might trade it for like, this guy offers like 2 burr runes for this item.
Yeah.
And some items are so valuable that you aren't able to trade them in runes because there's not enough space in the trade window to put enough runes in. So for that reason, you have to go to the second way of trading, which is using a third-party website, Tradery or JSP.
Yes.
And then do the trade through those kind of websites where it's a little bit more you can like, so have you ever, do you know JSP?
No.
Okay, so basically it's a forum, but the forum has a currency. So, and you can buy this currency, but we also use it.
It's not even in the game, the currency. It's just on the
No,
website.
it's just on the website.
Okay.
And there's multiple games, right? There's many games. But for Diablo specifically, what we use it for is we'll put like a, let's say I have an item I want to sell. So I put the item up and list the stats on it. Kind of like the PoE trading site where there was this, like they had all the mage blood belts. And they had listed the different stats and how much they wanted for it. Then I list the stats on the item and I tell them how much of the currency that I have on the site, how much of that currency I want for the item. And then they can send me that currency that they own and buy the item that way, basically, directly. So they send me the currency and make a game and invite me, and I just give them the item right away.
Yeah, sure.
And that way have for PlayStation.
It's more universal. You can.
Yes. That's why I really like it, because you can say, okay, this season I'm gonna grind super hard, I'm gonna save up a bunch of currency, and then next season I'm gonna go for like getting to level 100 first on PoE.
Yeah. On PoE, currency won't transfer from your current league to your next league, because every league will go to standard, and you don't have the currency in standard. So every league, the grind for the money begins, and the the whole economy starts from fresh. If nobody dropped these crazy mage blood belt, there is none listed. Nobody wants to sell it.
Right.
And I think it's really it's basically like the real free market, you could say. It's the same in Diablo as well. You said the one rune, the most important rune, is important because of the reason. It's used in so many rune words, so...
Yes. That's what gives it the value, you can say.
Right.
But it's not the most valuable thing in the game. It's just the easiest way to assess a value of an item. Kind of like divines is used to assess. Exactly. But with Diablo, it's a little bit different, because you're saying like there's no value in the non-seasonal part of the game, right?
Well, people playing in that, but most of the time, long-time players always want to experience the newest stuff, and this is always just available in the league. So they just make a new character, new league, and let's go. let's go in again.
But in term, they have PvP as well, right?
There's PvP, but uh, I'm just out here making a claim. Nobody plays it. Nobody wants to play PvP. It's not very liked by many. Most of the time, even though you can play together, and on the very top end, you will have, like, you have your companion in D2, which gives you the auras. You will have an aura bot in your team, which just buffs everyone else with auras. But normally it's a solo game, and you play it in a clan with other guys, and you can
So
support yourself in the clan. So
for me, it's being able to PvP is like one of my favorite things with Diablo 2 is the how you build your character. You start out by completing a game, and then you start building towards your end game gear in terms of being able to kill everything in the game with no problems. And then once you get to that point where, okay, I have all the end game gear and like everything I need to be able to kill every monster in the game easily. That's the point where you start switching from building a regular character to building a PvP character, right?
sure. Do you mean PvP like really playing against other players?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Look, if you are you watching stream right now?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay, so if I go
I've never seen you go PvP. You know, I didn't know.
This is a troll video though. This is a mad troll video because I'm using a build that is kind of it's I don't know what to call it. It's not super fair. That's what I would call it. It's a little bit unfair build, right? This is other players out here. These two, right?
Mm.
So with this one, I have no teleport. All the ears, you say it says ear, and then there's like a level. That's another player that died there.
Ah, okay.
So I killed him, right?
I didn't even see it. He got one shot completely.
I accidentally killed him because I'm using charge, and that Amazon is trying to hunt me down. So I killed both of those. Oh, I only killed one of them. And
You
you're
just
not
do
allowed
what?
to heal, right? You're not allowed to heal.
Oh. Yeah, the lightning trap mage, he did hurt you.
Yeah, she's running into town. She didn't wanna keep fighting the Amazon. But this build is really not about the damage that I can do when I hit them. It's like the electric build I showed, where it does damage. You see how she's taking damage? You see that? Boom, she died. And you can see she was killed by me. It says slain by my name. So I killed all three, right? I just killed all three of them.
I get it now. The waves on the ground were like the electric aura.
Yeah, this one has that, but it's with fire. And the fire damage is a lot higher. The electric one has a level 30 Holy Shock aura. This one has a level 45 Holy Fire. So that's why everything is like dying around me. And like them, I just have to stay on the very edge of them without getting too close.
Yeah, they were kind of getting off screen as well. You can't really see them dying.
Right.
Because the waves just travel out further and further.
It's so far. It travels so far, that fire damage right now, that it's like off screen. Even that now, when I can't see them, it's still hitting them. I can hear, like if I put sound on, you can tell.
Yeah, I can't tell because
I don't have the sound on. That's why.
I don't want to hear you double.
Okay, I don't have sound on. Fair enough. I thought I was on the mic when I was watching or recording this video. Apparently I wasn't. I was just trolling. It's public lobbies, right? And they made a PvP lobby, so I was just trolling around because this is like such a mean build to use in terms of PvP because they have to catch you, right? They have to catch you off guard in order.
Sure.
They want to see. He want to see what gear I'm using. He died like a couple of times, and he was like, "What the fuck is he using?"
Now he wants to trade you.
No.
Maybe
He wants to see all of my gear to make sense of what's going on and
Okay.
how
So
he's dying, like so
so
much.
he drags, and you just drag in the items so like the enemy can hover or the other player can hover.
Yes, this is basically how you trade with each other. If we wanted to trade with each other, we both hit the little wing in the thing with outside my name, next to my name. It's there's like a little button. If we both hit that button, we would trade with each other, basically.
Yeah. You know what's funny? This window, what you're seeing on the video right now, is exactly, or more or less exactly how it looks in PoE.
Right.
The inventory looks so similar, and the trading window
But
as
they
well.
took the inspiration from here, and you can tell they took a lot of the inspiration, but they just made it so much better, right? Like a lot of things, they just took the idea and improved on it 10 times.
Yeah. But it's very nice. First of all, I'm seeing this. For me, everything is clear. This is nice for me, of course. But I also think that the all the inventories and whatever are very clean in Diablo. From what
Right.
I've seen.
And it's very your inventory is basically in a PvP situation, it's basically full of charms, and you don't have any inventory space to pick up any items or anything because you don't need it.
I don't really like this one. I don't really like that 90% of your inventory is full at all time and you can't really pick up anything.
But it's so rare that you at this point or at this point in the game is very very rare to find something that you actually want to pick up, right? For the most part, it's just stuff that you don't really want to pick up.
Yeah.
As I said, like you said that mage blood is hard to find, but
basically impossible. I never had a mage blood in my life.
right. So there's and now I've played Diablo for 16 years roughly, on and off all the time, right? Like not 16 years consistently every day. But over the past 16 years, I've played very consistent. And there's items I haven't found yet.
Yeah.
At all, not even once.
Yeah.
It's wild, like how rare some things
This is fun to
are.
me. I would love this. And there's some of it is in PoE as well. Also, like all these uniques, it's always nice to get a unique drop and then you look at it, and most of the time you already know the image. You don't even have to identify, and I could tell you the name of the item. But sometimes you drop one and it's like, what is this? I've played this game for so long, I never seen it.
Right, and that's with this with Diablo we have something called the Holy Grail, which is finding every unique item once. Right, so you start a fresh character that has never played the game before, or like a fresh account, so you're all like level 1, have nothing. And then a lot of people do it on single player. I've done it on single player, I've done it on hardcore, and I've done it, I was also on single player, and I've done it on Battle.net. And Battle.net was by far the hardest one to do, because on single player you can control the amount of player, like the player level in the game, right? So it's all about having player 8 in your game, right? Like 8 other people in the game at the same time, because it'll increase basically the difficulty, right? So the drop rate will also increase with the difficulty, right?
Okay, sure. So as soon as you crank up the difficulty, it automatically goes higher drop rates.
Yes, but that's not the only thing that affects your drop rate, right? So for we have something, or there's a build. It's called a pit circle. Let me just give you a really good example, because that's literally the best in terms of doing the Holy Grail, right? That's basically the best build you can have in the game. There's nothing that
Yeah.
beats this build. And the main reasoning behind it is because this build only uses, like, it basically, so it uses this weapon, right? Which is completely the most broken melee weapon in the game. But with this weapon, I can do some, like, enough damage that even on players 8, I'll kill all the enemies really fast, right? So what this is made for is not, I can't kill a mob of enemies, right? But it's basically made to go to one spot and one spot only. Uh-oh, we don't have anything. But so there is, back in the day, one second. How am I gonna set this up? I'll have it like that, yeah. But okay, so basically it's a barbarian, right? Like a melee build. It's a super simple build, honestly, right? It's not. Oh,
It's an interesting ability to loot a corpse, and I've seen it as you hovered it.
right. But this is what we call a boss sniper, right? So if I go like I know I want to kill something, like, it takes a long time, right? Because there's a lot of enemies, so it'll take me a long time to kill all these guys, right?
Yeah.
Let me just. I think I wanted to. So we use this shout right here, and what this shout is gonna do is, look how they're gonna like run away from me. See how they're like running away? They don't want to come close to me. But the bosses, like the blue ones here, they don't get the curse above their head.
Okay.
So they don't want to run away from me. They want to stay like close to me, right? And that's the whole point of it, is I can just fly in the middle of a pile. And if there is a boss, I use this one, make them all run away. And then I can single out the boss that way. You see there's a boss right here. Now I can single her out and just hit her once, and that's it. And then I have this other ability where I can turn the corpses over. So if we go back to over here, where we just killed the elites. So if I go to this, you see, okay, we have all these items right now. If I use this one that's called find item, you can find a hidden treasure underneath a corpse. So I can go to this one and I can turn them over like the corpses.
Yeah, it's interesting skill for sure.
Right, so I can like keep doing that to all the dead corpses, and then there's a percentage like in chance that there's a 55% chance that I'll turn over a corpse, and then I basically get to re-roll a pick off of the item wheel. If you have to like it's kind of like a wheel that you're picking from, you could say, right? So it'll turn the wheel and it'll say, oh, armor, and then it'll turn the wheel, oh, it's rare, and then it'll turn the wheel and put these suffixes and whatever on the prefixes, and then roll those, and that's basically you get a choice, a second choice from that item wheel by turning over the corpse, and it's 55% chance, right? So the whole idea here is, now you want to stack as much magic find. You can see how this says 180% better chance of getting a magic item with the sword alone, right? Because I put 6 ist runes, and they basically provide you with 30 better chance of magic item per rune. and 6 sockets is the highest number of sockets you can have on a weapon.
Yeah.
So there's no other weapon in the game that is one-handed and can provide enough magic find to where it's worth using that over just doing it like I've done it here. Because this weapon gives you so much damage. It has the plus 385 damage. It just says flat damage, which is the best type of damage in this game, is the flat type of damage, right? Where it's there's like ED, like enhanced damage in percentages, is nice, but the raw damage is 100 times better because it gets applied immediately before any of the other things get applied. So that's why this weapon is completely got to. So this one also has 91% better chance of matching items. This one also 65%. That doesn't have 10%, 50%, 40%, 30%. All the little charms have 7%, basically. Not all of them, but most of them. So all that put together, so if we go to the advanced stats, it'll calculate all of it for us. It's 647% better chance of getting a matching item. Now this is only good for specific things in the game, right? It seems like, oh, this would be good to like go farm everything with because it has so much extra magic find. But the magic find, how it applies it in the game, is a little bit skewed from what like you would think it is in the beginning, right? We have
in PoE there's two stats for that. There's once the item quantity, which just drops more items, and then there's item rarity.
Right, and this would be the rarity, basically, right? Not the quantity.
Right. But in most of the cases, more rarity makes a better item in Diablo, right? So the runes are very high rarity.
No, the runes don't. So the magic find, a rune isn't a magic item. So the magic find doesn't apply to runes. Actually, when you want to find runes, having 0 magic find is the key. Not the key, but having a lot less is way better.
Okay.
But when it comes to finding, so you know how you set the item level on PoE, it had to be a certain item level to get like these mods and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
There's something in Diablo called treasure level. So that kind of applies to the same thing. So the item level can either be a normal nightmare or hell type base, and then like it comes with a level, an item level to it, right? So for instance, with this character right here, he's using these javelins, but they are only nightmare items, right? Like you can find these in nightmare. You don't have to be in the final difficulty, which is called hell, to drop this, because it's the TC, as we call it, the treasure class, is low enough to where the monster that it can drop off of, the monster level it has to be in order to drop, is low enough to where it appears in nightmare. But if you then go to this one over here, which is called a Griffin's Eye, this is the highest tier of treasure class that you can get, which is TC87. So the 87 is basically the level of the monsters have to be 87 or above in order to be able to drop that item. And before we had all these, now we have something called terror zones, right? This purple, the reasoning behind it being purple is because it's terrorized currently. So, and what that means is no matter what level that area normally is, which would be in hell, it would normally be like, I think it might be like level between 60 and 70 normally in here, right? So the monsters would be like, the monsters would be like plus or minus 5 to, or plus 5 to, at the maximum, it would be plus 5 to the level, the area level, right? And if it's only level, if it's only a level 65 area, then the highest level monster that can spawn in here would be a level 70 monster. And that can't drop the Griffin's Eye. So the reasoning behind the Barbarian was that before we had the terrorized zones, there was only certain set areas that had the TC 87, like treasure class 87, right? Like every other place in the game couldn't drop these specific items. So you had the Chaos area, you had the Worldstone where you got a Bale, and then there was in Act 1 a place called Pits, which is where the Pit Circle name comes from. So you would normally take him to the pits where I went with him, right? And then you'd snipe all the bosses in there real quick, and then make a new game and do the same thing over and over in order to complete the Holy Grail. That's what I did, right? I got some of it on other characters, but it was my main source of getting these super high-end items was doing it like that, because you want to have the highest chance to roll something into a unique, a rare, or a set item, right? Instead of it being a white item or a blue, instead of it being a white item. But there's no guarantee when it says magic item. It can be a blue item, a yellow item, a green item. It doesn't have to be the unique version of it. But there's just a higher chance that now it doesn't turn out white.
Okay, but this is completely fixed, so you cannot increase it so that it's more likely to be unique.
No, it's just this is called a diadem. If you look at it says Griffin's Eye on the top. That's the name of the item, but the base that it's in, the base item name is a diadem, right? So you could find a white diadem that just lays on the ground, or a blue one, or a yellow one.
Yeah.
But the unique one will always be Griffin's Eye.
Sure.
Because it only has like one roll when it's that specific one. There's other items unique items that can roll between like two different ones, right? For instance. But for the most part, the hand rule is okay. So if I drop, if I drop these, right, the matriarchal javelins, and they're unique, they will always be the Thunderstroke. If I drop the ceremonial javelins, it'll always be the Titans. Now I upgraded these to matriarchal because it's the higher tier. It's just if they drop on the ground and they're not identified, they will always be called matriarchal javelins. And then you identify them, and then they're called Thunderstroke, right?
Yeah, sure. I think it works kind of similar in PoE, but I'm not 100% sure. But to every unique item, there is a basic item which is tied to it. So this is why we always say leather item, leather belt, and heavy belt. You have to pick up and take a look at.
Right.
And in theory, there's, for example, the Orb of Chance with what changes an item from a normal item to a rare or higher tier rarity. So basically, you could, for example, find a normal heavy belt and then Orb of Chance it and get the 1 in 1000 or whatever to get a unique out of it, and it gets, for example, a Mage Blood. And
right.
It would never get. It would never be able to become a headhunter, because headhunter is a leather item, a leather belt,
right,
and not a heavy belt. So there is some things, and sometimes it helps with crafting, because you can sometimes say, okay, there is just one, for example, one quiver which is unique, which has the space.
Oh, right.
But yeah, it's not so important, I would say. But here it is way more important, I think, because you want to put in the rune words and make a different item out of it. It's not exactly the same way.
Right, but it's and this is the thing that's really not obvious, and especially not to newer players, is they'll look at these Titans Revenge and they'll be like, oh my god, these are the best weapons in the game, right? And now, mind you, that this pair of Titans could have rolled one better on the lifesteal per hit. I believe 9 is max. 200 ED and like the enhanced damage is maximum, and then I believe 9 on the lifesteal is maximum. That's the only two stats that'll roll on this pair of javelins, right?
Sure.
And because it's this pair, there's a max stat to it, and it'll never go over that. And people would look at that and think, okay, this is the best. And if you look at these, they would be like, nah, no way, right? But these can spawn with 6 skills on them. So like these have +6 to javelin and spear skills. This specific pair right here, it can be the matriarchal or the maiden javelins, or it can be the ceremonials. They can all spawn with +6 to skills, and then have the 40 increased attack speed on top of these 6 skills.
Okay. But you have no way, if you don't know it, and you just find the item without the javelin and spear skills, you wouldn't be able to know without looking up that it could roll on this item.
Right, when it's just blue on the ground, nobody ever picks them up. It's so rare to see people pick them up, like the blue jabs. And they have the chance to roll something that is way better than these are, which is not obvious, but they are way better, because the 40 increased attack speed, which is what you use when you're throwing your javelins in his attack speed, is massive. That's way faster damage. You can add more damage faster.
Yeah.
And then the 6 skills, these gives you 4 skills basically. The other ones gives you 2 skills more, which is even more damage. And then you can get something like the rare ones, and the rare ones have, like, now the blue ones are the best ones by far. The 640s is by far the best ones. But with the thing about the rare ones is they can spawn with more enhanced damage than the unique ones. So these top out at 200% enhanced damage, right? Where you can see this has 254%. So they go above, and they can go all the way to 400%, I believe. 350, 400%. So that's basically, there's different reasons why you would want different types. And now these are nice, right? 'Cause they're pretty close to being perfect. But if you want them to be real nice, you want them to be ethereal. That means in the bottom here, they're kind of see-through, but in the bottom it says ethereal, cannot be repaired. So normally, if you throw all your javelins, then you'll have to go back to, like in this act, this lady, and you would hit the repair button in order to repair your javelins and fill up your quantity. But with this ones, they have the mod in the bottom here that says increase stack size, which makes the quantity a higher amount, and then it replenishes the quantity. So not only do you have more of them, they replenish themselves, so you don't have to go and press the repair button in order to fill them up. Now if they're ethereal and cannot be repaired, it doesn't matter because they fill themselves up. And the thing about ethereal is they have higher physical damage, like 50% higher physical damage, I believe.
Yeah. I really like the Diablo items. They have so many stats and so interesting, and I found it very cool when you told me how it works to forge these rune words, and that the base item matters, and then the role of the new, I don't know, is it called legendary in Diablo item?
We would call it unique, like the highest tier item, right?
Yeah. Okay. So I found it really cool, and
it's not as hard to get into, honestly. It seems a lot harder in the beginning because there's a learning curve to it, but to be a casual in it is really not hard. It's once you get past the first hump of getting to hell and understanding the journey to get there, then it becomes a lot easier. It'll take like a season or 2 if you want to ever try it out. But it'll probably take you like a season or 2, especially if you play PoE, because it's way more complicated. So there's a lot more to learn with PoE, and there's a lot more to keep in touch with. whereas this is a lot more forgiving, I would say. You can be in hell with very minimal gear and still make it, right? Especially nowadays, because they changed everything, right? This charm right here, it's not something that's been in the game all its life cycle. It's something they just added to the game recently. And basically beforehand, there was a lot of things that would be immune to certain damages, right? Like types. So for instance, a monster could be cold immune. So now, if I'm trying to attack it with an with an attack that does cold damage, I won't be able to hurt the monster at all. And certain builds are built in a way where they only do one type of damage.
Yeah.
So you would meet an immune, and it didn't matter that you do fucking 15,000 damage, which is super high. Doesn't matter. This thing just eats it. Like it's nothing. Kind of like the, I can't remember what they were called, soul eaters type deal, something like that, right? Just can't do anything against them.
Yeah.
And then
one thing that came to my mind that I have to tell you. Normally, you said it's something along the lines of it's really hard PoE and you hit a wall and now it's hard to progress even further beyond. But I have to tell you, with your first playthrough or second playthrough, the goal should be to get through the story, and you did that very well. So
right, 100%. Yeah. I feel like I reached my goal, which was getting to the end game part of the game, right? Which is what I feel like I've hit now. Is basically okay. This is where the end game is at. Now it's just a question about grinding the parts out.
Well, there will be bosses, and then there will be Uber versions of the bosses.
And right.
There's a lot of stuff still, but essentially maps, especially red maps. Once you get into red maps, a lot of builds, it's quite normal that builds will suddenly just go front first into a wall, and suddenly nothing works anymore.
Right.
And it's quite normal, but yeah. Then
that's why I'm not freaking out about it at all. I'm just taking it slowly and just okay. If I'm thinking more about it, if it was Diablo, right? What would I do if I was like? The best comparison I can give it is if I was playing hardcore in Diablo, where you have to like solo, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot. That's a lot of like pressure, basically, constantly, because you have to constantly be aware of what you like, whatever thing you're doing. You can't mess up at all. Because unlike PoE in hardcore here, if you fucking die, that's it, homie. It's over. Your character is fucking gone. All the time you spend on it, gone instantly.
From PoE, it moves into the standard section.
Right. Oh no, here it's permadeath. It's like, okay, it's finished. Yeah. You lost all your shit.
There's they added something really. I find it totally hilarious in PoE. So normally, I always talk about like tier 10, tier 16 maps, whatever. And tier 16 is normally the highest tier.
Right.
But they introduced some like special maps, which are unique maps, which are tier 17, and there's a lot of them.
Right.
And the reason for that is they are community made, and they have the layout is the basis of a normal map, but they can have really wild modifiers.
Oh, right. They just got like to set up basically
just
everything.
Like you have 5 of the hardest bosses just randomly spawn in this map, or you get minus 20% damage or whatever for every gear you have put on. So you have to take off parts of your gear to even do any damage.
Oh shit.
And totally crazy modifications. And if you had like you could buy a supporter pack and then you could design your own map. And there was one specific modifier which was totally crazy, and it just said if you die, your character is voided, and this basically means he's gone forever. And the crazy thing, you could get these maps even in non-hardcore, in standard. And
Oh my god.
basically, if someone rolled these or ran these maps without ever reading them, which I would not advise because these have so insane modifiers, you could basically kill your character even if you thought it was safe.
That's a little rough. On non-hardcore, that's rough.
So, I don't know. Like no one that was on clear mind ever ran these maps. So some people ran these maps, but just some specific ones of them, because your reward was if you finish the map, you get a foiled unique item, and the unique item could also be chosen. So of course there were like people that bought the supporter pack that wanted to troll and just put like trash unique items in there, and then there were some guys that put like foil mage bloods and whatever in there. So there was a very specific upside of finishing these maps, but
Right.
yeah, people started to build specific characters to only aim to finish one kind of these maps and then just buy them in bulk and then run them and sell the
Right, and that's basically what we do with the. Well,
Yeah.
that's what we used to do with Diablo. I gotta speak right here, but that's what we used to do with Diablo. Was you had the pit circle, did the pits all the time. That's what I used him for. That's the only real thing he ever did. Right, it was just run like one area. Then
Yeah.
you had like the sorceress that I'm using right now, which you usually use for like as I'm doing right now with Mephisto and Andy, like those two bosses I'm killing over and over. That would be her main like feature, you could say. Back then there was no fire bills because fire immunity on Hell was too high, so there was no way of breaking the immunity. And when you can't break the immunity, then it's extremely tough to play that build in Hell setting. So there was basically no fire bills. The cold builds was limited to doing specific areas. Then you had a couple of builds that could do everything, basically because they either had the power to, with a specific type of damage that's not a lot of immunes to, or because it was like basically able to break the immunity off of whatever monster you were fighting. But now they introduced those Sunder charms, the charm I showed you, the blue one I had in my inventory.
Yeah, which can just completely fry the resistances of the mobs.
Yeah, it just, there's no longer any immunities, right? Because it removes anything that has the cold immune tag, and then depending on how much negative enemy cold resistance I have on me, like that determines how much damage I'm gonna be able to do to that enemy that usually would never be able to take any damage. So with this specific build, if you're doing the fire sword, your fire mastery, right, it gives you an X amount of percentages plus. So for this one, it's currently level 7, right? So it's giving me 72% fire damage, like increased fire damage with my fireballs. With lightning, it's lightning damage. With cold, it's minus to enemy cold resistance. That's my mastery skill, right? So this one gives me minus 145 to enemy cold resistance, which before didn't matter really. Didn't do much
Yeah.
for you. Now, when there is no longer any cold immunes, that means a lot. That'll put them to
Yeah, yeah.
basically like super low on the. They'll still have cold resistance. They'll still be hard to kill, but you can kill them now, which is the
Yeah.
difference. And the higher the cold damage you have, the faster you'll kill them. And with not with this frozen orb build, that's never gonna get there. But with the other basically cold attack you can use, which is Blizzard, which is what I normally use. I just went the cold orb for this one round for fun, you could say, because I normally do the Blizzard. The Blizzard will do so much more damage than the frozen orb. It's just the frozen orb is a better crowd. It has a better AoE, so it's better for crowds. But once you're used to using Blizzard, but those little ice spikes that comes out of that's the damage, right? That's where the damage comes from.
Yeah.
So when it says 400 or 500 damage, that's each one of those little ice spikes that does 400 damage.
Yeah. Yeah, looks fun. In PoE, you would totally skill chain, so that all the ice spikes that hit the walls bounce off again and then come back into the middle of the room.
Right.
PoE would get crazy with the visuals.
So that's where my assassin comes in,
Yeah.
because this one borrows basically all the skills of the sorceress, right?
Yeah, that's still why to me that you can like basically steal so many abilities from other classes.
Right.
In PoE you have the Scion, which you probably unlocked and you couldn't play from the start, but you unlocked it in Act 3 when you climbed the tower and there was a person hidden, and this is basically the class that can transform to any class.
Right.
But not on every class you can just have like I would say these in PoE the class traits are the ascendancy traits that no one can get otherwise.
Right.
And these are hard to get or similar effect because the effects are very powerful as well.
But yeah, so the assassin is basically her attacks is taking the Zork's cold, lightning, and fire all at once, and do everything all at once.
Yeah.
Which is why I consider her the best now, because it's just too crazy doing lightning, fire, and cold damage all at the same time. Right, so you have the ice spikes, you have the Nova, which is the round circular lightning thing, and then the fireballs in the middle. If you notice, there's like fire in the middle.
Yeah.
So it's doing all of that at the same time to every enemy.
Yeah, looks good.
That's a little bit more in style with PoE. This is the closest you'll get to it.
Yeah,
sure.
It's classic. Also, your bow right now in PoE has the triple elemental added damage, and
right.
But in the end,
I
your lightning
think
arrows
this is the only triple damage build. I think it is. I'm actually pretty sure it is the only triple damage build in the game. Every other is usually 1 or 2. So, like for instance, with the lightning, it's lightning and physical damage to do with the paladin I was using.
Yeah. Okay, man. It was a great time.
Yeah, man.
I'm step back into the background. I need to chill out a sec.
For sure, I am gonna end stream too, and I wanna get a hold of the guy who won the paladin.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
true.
and hopefully he'll be super happy to hear he got one
Yeah.
paladin richer.
I don't really need the items right now, so I'm glad someone else. I would be great if someone else is happy.
Oh, we got a high rune.
Oh, I didn't see it yet. I'm so far
Oh,
behind.
shit.
Oh, I'm really far behind. Damn, what happened? Nice, Pork, good job.
Oh my god, and there was an ohm rune. Like, all the things you could get, that was actually pretty perfect. That's what I used for that weapon that I was holding on my sword, which I'm not holding on this one right now. But the weapon that gave me double, that let me use the barbarian skill to give myself double life. That one is, you need one high rune basically, which is the ohm rune, which is the one we just found. So that was really nice. I can make a second one.
Nice.
But yeah, man, I appreciate you coming by and teaching me a little bit more on the PoE side, because that was kind of, I was getting to a point where I wasn't sure what to do next.
Yeah,
But
sure.
I really do appreciate that.
Sometimes I didn't really make a plan in my head, and it's probably the priorities are a bit shifted, and I taught you so many random stuff just on the way. I hope it didn't get all too confusing. But
No,
I
no,
think
no, 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 not at all, man. That was perfect. I got some answers to some of the questions I had, because I wasn't sure if I wanted to like keep saving stuff and whatnot to maybe, but it doesn't matter if I can craft it. That's how I view it now. If I can craft it, I might as well just pick it up, ID it. If it's not absolutely god tier, just sell it right away.
yeah, exactly. The problem is, once you craft an item, you normally re-roll like the whole item. So
right, but the basis, that's what I'm talking about, like the base,
sure.
the Draken scale or
I would just only pick up things that have evasion, anything that is only armor or only energy shield. Not only that you don't need armor and evasion shield at all, or not that much, but also they probably won't roll the modifiers that you want. So
right.
always evasion has to be somewhere in the mix, I would say. And yeah, high item level, normally better. And you can craft these. And if I would still, I also identify my stuff, but I always look if there's, for example, with boots, is there max life or movement speed on there? And if it's none of both, it's crap, because you can only craft one and you need both.
Right.
Well, these are just like, you probably need to look longer on an item to decide, or even press Alt
Right.
tiers. But I have, of course, developed a method how to handle the information faster.
Right. But that comes with time, and that's why I know, because if you were new to Diablo, you would be looking at every single item too.
Exactly. Also because it's interesting.
Right.
You also like you read every unique item. I would do exactly the same, because you want to know what these do. So yeah, I probably won't pick up that much loot, especially not the loot that isn't an upgrade for you, because
Right.
it's,
Like keep it to the stuff that I really need, instead of just picking up every random ass thing I see.
And especially because you're not in trade. Because if you were in trade, you could still sell stuff, but here it's
Right.
doesn't matter
Right.
much.
And as you said, it didn't matter once you like aren't in the league anymore. The value on things disappear.
Yeah.
Whereas
Sure.
in Diablo, it's actually, we use our non-seasonal character. The seasonal characters, like the ones with the little green tab here, the seasonal characters are the ones that we use for just racing the ladder, having fun and trying the new stuff. That's what it used to be, but now it's just doing it for the placement, basically.
Yeah.
and that's what it was like back in the day too. It was mostly for the placement because they stopped updating the game. There was nothing new to do, so it was just for the placement. But the offline part of it, or not offline, the non-ladder part of it, was that was basically the part where you would have like your best shit, if that makes sense. Like the absolute best items and the best gear and the best characters would always be your like non-ladder characters, because you would have more time to basically build them out and accumulate. Like the barbarian I showed you, it's not easy getting those small charms with 7% magic find on. And then on top of that, since there's 3 different kinds of small charms in terms of how they look, getting them all in the same exact one, like the little bear claw, that takes a lot of time, right? It's not something you do over one season. It's impossible.
Yeah.
It's not
sure.
impossible, but you would have to trade a lot in order to do that, basically.
Yeah, I think it's basically the same, right? If you want to perfect a build, and you can still do this in standard, why not? And but if you have currency, like everything will be like double the price, of course, because every character ever from a past league gets imported there, and there's so much stuff. The
Right.
Basically the whole trading simulation, which I called before, whatever I said, is completely broken there, because it's always gets more stuff, and yeah. But whatever, I'm on the go, so I'm doing it.
Yep, for sure, man.
Have a great night. Have a great night.
You
It
too.
was really nice, and I hopefully see you soon.
For sure,
And
man.
let's see who gets the porcupine first. I'm already saying I'm up 1-0. Why? Because I already have 1 card.
Oh shit. And on top of that, you have way more knowledge, and you probably are playing it a little bit more than me, I guess.
Yeah. If you keep on grinding Diablo so hard and delaying your PoE progress, then for sure. But this is the reason why I'm telling you this. You know.
You know, it's you guys who get to decide what happens.
And
Right.
I don't want to decide what you need to do, but since you're playing
See,
ladder on
see,
D2, and
that's
you're a
why
competitive guy, you know.
that's why we make these community votes, so you guys get to be a part of
Ah,
it.
okay.
And
I wasn't one day. I didn't find the tab, you know.
oh,
But
all right, but a majority
let's see.
said there's 41 votes, and the majority said keep playing Diablo. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna give you guys what you ask for, but I won't stop playing PoE just because I'm playing Diablo more right now, because
Sure.
PoE really is a step up in terms of difficulty and stuff like that.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. I will hear from you.
For sure,
See
man.
you around, and if you wanna hop on and do this again, no problem. Just
No
we will
problem at all,
see
man.
you.
We'll find another day where we'll do something like this. No problem.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long the next season this season will last, but maybe also next season could, if you're playing and I'm playing, we could also do stuff like I saw it with 2 content creators that Zizaran and Steamage, they did they called it Bro SF. So they basically played solo self found, but they didn't play solo self found. They just had the rule that they could trade with each other, but not with the rest of the guys.
Right. Okay. So yeah. I get you. I get you.
So this was also an idea I thought it would be maybe fun to try
That
it.
would be awesome. That would be kind of awesome. We should have one of each character then. That would be the most cool shit. If we could get one person to play like one character, and then like I play the ranger, then somebody else plays a wizard, and somebody else plays, you know what I mean? That would be cool. So there's one of each character basically.
It would be nice. And also, for example, in this situation, we both need porcupine. We could say, okay, whatever. My bow is kind of still competitive. Competitive. We can just put all our porcupines together, and then when the set is finished, we have it faster, and then you have your upgrade, and then we farm it more, and then I have my upgrade.
Right, right,
So,
right.
yes,
That's usually what we do with Diablo 2 is when we start a new league out, and it's like when I'm playing with a full team and not playing solo. Like I've been doing this ladder. Then we split everything. We don't really trade it. We just give it to each other because that way you progress really fast through the game. Like I'm level 94 on the assassin right now, which is it seems like a lot, but it's really not. It took minimum effort to get to that. Last season, I was level 95 by day 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So, and this took me how much? Like 15 days? Something like that.
That's not too bad, yeah.
So I only was a third as efficient as I usually am when I'm playing with other, like when we're playing as a full team.
Nice.
Yeah, it has a lot like that. Just being able to trade with a lot, like just your nearest people that you're playing with every day, it has so much. It does so much for you in terms of progressing through the game. Whereas in Diablo, there's no real solo self-found. There's offline, which is fully solo self-found, but you can't ever transfer your offline character into one. So
yeah, sure.
I couldn't do my solo self-found, and then at the same time, later down the line, transfer it into the trade league, basically, which is something I do like the idea of that. So you're able to like learn the game, and if you get hooked enough on it, that's how I view it. Then okay, now I want to go to the trade side of things because I want to get some better gear to get to this point, right? And then I'm not going to be able to get all this together without being in the trade side of the things. That's how I view it, right? So that's why I'm just soaking in as much information as I can at the point I'm at right now. Because I feel like up until the point where I'm at right now, there's still so much learning to do that if I soak up all that information, then once I get past this point and start moving into like understanding the end game build side of things, because that's where I feel like I'm lagging right now. Understanding the physical part that goes into the end game build, what I really want to be looking for in terms of like the support gems and everything, how I want to set up that lightning arrow, for instance. If that's really what I want to use, or if I want to change it completely into something way different. Right?
Yeah, for sure. I would give you what I like to do is the most important thing that I told you already. Use the search bars.
Yeah, I gotta get used to that. That is, but again, like the pressing Alt button and not pressing Alt when you're, it's nearly impossible right now to not do, right? Like because it's somehow ingrained into your head from playing Diablo for so long, and it has so much similarities that sometimes I forget I'm not actually playing Diablo, that I'm playing something else, right? Like because it gives me the feeling, and I'm like not. When you're in the moment, you don't always think about the exact like what am I actually playing right now, right? Like if it gives you a certain feeling, you're playing more so for the feeling than anything else, and that's why they hit home with me on PoE, because it gives me that same feeling when I'm playing.
Yeah, it's a good thing, I think. Yeah, so I would.
That's why I kind of want to try that last epoch too at some point.
Sure, I haven't tried the last epoch as well, because I'm always I'm waiting a bit on the games until they get released for a bit, because you never know.
No, there was massive issues with the last epoch.
Yeah, for example, the launch issues, you can just basically.
I agree with you on that one, because and this is just my own like experience with games in general. I used to pre-order games like sometimes half a year before they came out, and I used to do that every month, right? I would pre-order 1 or 2 or 3 games, And I did that for a very, very long time. With PlayStation, right, of course. And I just got burned so many times, man. With where you pre-order something that they present being something that it's really not, and then you get it and you realize, oh shit, they were like talking it up a lot, and it's not as good as what they were saying. So from being burnt, like I think the last one I pre-ordered was Cyberpunk. That's
Yeah.
the last.
And
No, no,
that was
no,
also
no, no.
not that good on launch.
The last thing I pre-ordered was Dying Light 2. I believe that came after Cyberpunk, and it.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. That
And
was the
the
last
response
game
of
where I went,
that shit is
okay, I am
crazy.
actually physically done pre-ordering now. I'll never pre-order
Yeah.
another game.
Oh man, I can imagine. I can imagine.
That was tough, man. At least with Cyberpunk, you could play the game. Like it was playable. You might have to like turn it off and then restart the game and then continue onwards because it was kind of buggy right there. And then you turn it off and you turn it back on, and it fixed it enough to where you could get past that mission. With fucking Dying Light, it was so bad. There was like no fixing it. It was just completely screwed. You couldn't play it. Just kept falling through the map and dying over and over and over and over and over. Get a mission pointer, like a little waypoint, and then it would be like every 10 meters. There would be, you ran into that little waypoint and it should move another 10 meters in front of you. But every 3 times you ran into it, it stopped moving the waypoint forward and you couldn't continue the mission.
That's so bad. I would be furious.
Right, and with that game I was
Already
like,
getting ramped
wow.
up just thinking about that shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
and do mind you, I pre-ordered Dying Light 1, and it was amazing. It was probably one of the best games I've ever played, right? And that's why I pre-ordered the second one, because they said, oh, this is gonna be even bigger, even better, all this stuff. And it was worse, smaller, and in a way worse state.
Please stop it. I'm getting in bad mood. I need to calm down after that one.
No, it's not good. It happens, man. And then you learn your lesson, and then you don't pre-order anymore. You just stop doing that. Just instantly.
This is
You have
why
to
we
learn
are-
your lesson.
We're learning.
Right. Well, it was nice talking to you, man, and I'll catch you another day for sure, man.
For sure. Have a great one.
Yeah, you too, man.
Good
Have a
luck.
great night.
And use search bars. Don't forget.
Right. Search bars. Right. I'll try my best to remember.
Okay. Let's go. Bye.
Bye, man. Well, that was a fucking awesome conversation. I learned a lot from that. Holy shit. Alright, so before we get off for today, let's just go to character right here. Matthias, I don't know if you're still here. If you are, then let me know if you will be on PlayStation, and I will give you the bow that you got. And what was the name? Stroke. You won the Paladin, so you won all of the Paladin gear basically right here with the inclusion of this stuff right here, and of course the rest of the mercenary right here. So for you, I will find you right here. I believe it's this one. Sure. Wait. What happened? No, I did not delete it, did I? Oh, okay. Holy shit, I thought I deleted it. So yeah, Stoke, if you can either get at me on Discord, which where do I push this one right here? So if you can either get a hold of me on Discord or type some way in the comments here where I can get a hold of you, that would be perfect. That way, however you want to receive it, if it's on PlayStation or if it's on PC, we'll figure out a way to do it. And I do hope everyone that came out had a good time, and I definitely appreciate everybody who came by. And stay tuned for the next giveaway. There's gonna be another one not too long from now. I'm pretty sure I have enough to do another giveaway. And then if not, then once the new ladder comes around, we should have one Mosaic Assassin, preferably, and then some kind of sword to go with it. So there's 2 giveaways for the next season, hopefully. I'm not sure what yet. Well, this will be the Mosaic. That one I'm sure of, but the sword I'm not sure of what I'm doing. I might do a cold sword, I might do a fire, I might do a lightning. We found an Ohm rune, which is, can't hate on that. I just jumped on the assassin for no other reason than to show Doro that that I had 3 different kinds of damage, so that was kind of cool. That we just randomly popped a high rune on that. But yeah, besides that, I'm gonna jump off now, and then I'm gonna catch y'all later. Hopefully y'all had a good time, as I said. I definitely had a good time, so catch you in the next one.